sitting in the driveway as a perfect spring clean. Thousands of people have saved hours of time and hassle by donating their car to Cars for Kids. You call 1-877-CARS for Kids or visit the website carsforkids.org. You're going to pick up your car. It takes about 2 minutes to schedule. And you're going to get a tax deduction plus a free vacation voucher for a 3-day, 2-night hotel stay. And as always, the money's going to go to a great cause. Go to carsforkids.org right now. And remember, that's Cars with a K.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? These are real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Justin Dowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, he's the largest timeshare company in federal court, and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get the timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-85-3300. That's 800-85-3300. So we got power the largest increase firm in the world, Morgan & Morgan, for the AFI AM 640. City of Angels, near the Pacific Ocean. Good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Zorn. This is Coast to Coast AM. Emerging artist bumper music for the first couple hours tonight. And later tonight, feel your ancestral roots. Here's what's happening. New York City police have tossed up metal barriers around Trump Tower and blocked roads near Manhattan's criminal courthouse as they brace for potential protests ahead of Donald Trump's expected surrender to prosecutors on Tuesday. The former president is due to be arraigned at the courthouse Tuesday afternoon after his indictment in a grand jury probe over apparent hush money paid to a porn star. He is the first former U.S. president to face criminal charges. Several large and destructive tornadoes tore through multiple states in the South and Midwest on Friday, prompting several tornado emergencies and the evacuation of one National Weather Service office. At least 25 more fatalities have been reported across 7 states as of today, according to media outlets. 10 people killed in Tennessee, a number of people killed in Arkansas, Alabama, Mississippi, Illinois. Rough weekend. It is one of China's most popular shopping apps, selling clothes, groceries, and just about everything else under the sun to more than 750 million users every month. According to cybersecurity researchers, it can also bypass users' cell phone security and monitor activities on other apps, check notifications, read private messages, and change settings. And once installed, very difficult to remove. Now, while many apps collect vast troves of user data, sometimes without explicit consent, experts say the e-commerce giant Pinduoduo has taken violations of privacy and data security to the next level. Charles Smith, author of Deception, is with us. Charles, how bad is this situation?
Well, it's so bad that Google has suspended the app completely and considering a complete suspension against the app producer. The Chinese are rather embarrassed about this because theoretically this should not have happened on their watch. Their Ministry of State Security has an Information Security Bureau which is supposed to monitor and take care of issues like this, but it also appears, at least on the surface, according to the reports, that the Chinese government didn't take advantage of this. Some of us are quite skeptical considering the fact that, for example, TikTok has previously been fingered for having keylogger. In other words, anything that you actually key in is logged by TikTok. Anything that you key in, not just the app, and then sent back to the app owners, which have shared the information with the Chinese government to do things like, track journalists. So, this is just classic, more of the same, typical Chinese spyware and malware installation, and it's not actually all that unusual for Chinese applications.
Now, what do they do with the information that they get from the apps and sites and things like that? What do they do with it?
The information is twofold, and this is, again, classic Chinese espionage. One is designed for financial gain, in other words, to track users, to make profiles, tailor spam and email and advertisements in order to make more money. The other aspect of this is a little bit more subversive. It's generally shared with Chinese authorities to track dissidents, journalists, opponents, provide political and or military information, and more of a classic espionage, as well as provide significant capabilities for blackmail as well as extortion. And the Indian government has faced this very same problem with a number of Chinese dating apps, as well as the Israelis, by the way.
All right, thanks, Charles. We'll talk to you in another month or sooner. McDonald's Corporation is temporarily closing its U.S. offices this week. Not the restaurants, but the offices, as it prepares to inform corporate employees about layoffs undertaken by the fast food giant as part of a broader company restructure. McDonald's said in an internal email last week to U.S. employees and some international staffers that they should work from home Monday through Wednesday this week, so it can deliver staffing decisions virtually. I'd like to be told this through virtually. The top 10 best states in the United States for a long, healthy life. Here they are. Number 1, Hawaii. Number 2, Minnesota and Vermont. Number 3, State of Washington. Number 4, New Hampshire. Number 5, Utah. Number 6, Colorado. Number 7, Massachusetts. Number 8, California. And number 9, Oregon. Those are the states to live along healthy lives. Humanity has always struggled to get its collective head around the concept of death. As a result, our fascination with some kind of afterlife in a mortal realm where our souls will live on forever has taken many forms throughout history. This Andrew Champlain, of course, who heads up the Shades of the Afterlife podcast on the Paranormal Podcast Network, ours. Sandra, tell me a little bit more about the afterlife.
Well, I'd love to, George. Thank you. Well, there's a brand new BBC video out, and reporter Matt Hogan went looking for answers of why we humans have such a hard time with our own mortality. Ancient Egyptians believe we go on, as do most people presently living on planet Earth. Even a third of atheists believe there's some sort of continuation of our consciousness after death. We humans are hardwired not to want to die, and we're programmed for survival. We also have self-awareness that has us asking the big questions like, who am I? What is my life for? And what happens when I die? So this is interesting. Professor Jesse Barron claims that our predisposition to believe in the afterlife is something we are born with. He did a study and had a group of children watch a puppet show in which an alligator gobbled up a mouse. I know. But after viewing this, the children were asked about what had just happened. And the study found that the children were likely to claim that although physically dead, the mouse retained its mental state, such as knowledge and emotion. In fact, the younger the children were, the more likely they were to describe the mouse still having life after its death. So again, this suggests that the belief in the afterlife is not learned,
but it's something we are born with. In my 25 plus years of investigating, I know the reality of the afterlife, but I also know that you can have moments of heaven on earth right now. So I suggest, look for beauty in this world, have a purpose, enjoy and appreciate your life and the people in it. And listen to Coast AM. Thank you, George.
As I tell a lot of people about the afterlife, it's real, but there's no rush to get there.
Correct.
You got it. Thanks, President. Talk to you in a moment. In a moment, Richard Lewis back with us with his latest work, The Paranormal Christian, next on Coast to Coast AM. Tax-free can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerous and easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats, and if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it.
Damn well near perfect. I was actually asking ChatGPT to provide me with a list of 100 different awards that we could award on Twitter Spaces on 420 as like an award show. And co-host of the year would be one. Night co-host of the year would definitely be one. Funniest space. There are these spaces that go for like a long time, like 24 hours. Sometimes like the longest I know is 54 hours is the record. We could give an award for longest Twitter space. But really give people something to shoot for every year and give it away on 420. I like it.
Who they're trying to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, are you going someplace else? I said, no, I'm taking care of it myself. She said, okay, and my problem on my skin went away. I have bruising issues that go over my arms, 3 weeks after I was on the carnivora, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivora.
866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com. And coupon code GEORGE to get 15% off your order.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Richard Lewis back with us, an author, journalist, veteran of the U.S. Air Force. Thank you, Richard, a graduate of the Defense Information School's Writing, Broadcast, and Public Affairs program. He joined the Air Force in 1987, spent 10 years as a broadcast journalist, stationed in Turkey, Utah, Colorado. After his time serving the Air Force, Richard worked in TV production, creator of the award-winning Pentagon Channel TV news magazine Air Force Base Today, and has won multiple Kelly and Thomas Jefferson Awards, and they are very prestigious. Upon completion of the Delusion to Angel Therapy Practitioner course back in 2003, he became a certified spiritual counselor by the California Board of Hypnotherapy. Richard, welcome back to the program.
Thank you, George. It is such an honor to be here and to come back. And happy Palm Sunday to you.
Well, thank you. You were on Christmas Eve last year with our Connie Willis.
Oh, yes, I was. That was a great experience and just a great moment to share with the listeners about Christianity and the paranormal and how it all comes together.
How did you make this switch from everything you've done in the military to becoming a paranormal writer on a book, 2 series books called The Paranormal Christian?
Well, George, I am a UFO witness. I'm a paranormal experiencer, but I'm also a lifelong Christian. And, in my earliest memories as a little boy, I always had a sense of something outside of myself, a divine presence, a voice guiding me, leading me. And this has carried me through my whole life, through my entire childhood, military career, and to the day that we're speaking. So when I first had the opportunity to go to church, my mom, or my dad, and my grandma talking about God, I immediately connected with that concept because,
No, absolutely not. I am getting that list together because I think it's a very good idea. There are a lot of really good guests that we have here. Really, a lot of people putting a lot of effort, and I want people to know that they're valued. So I think it's a really good idea, and you'll see I'm putting some stuff together. I'm going to put a list together, and then we'll take nominations up through 420. And then on 420, we'll give an announcement of who the winners are, and then every year on 420, it'll be the Twitter Space Award.
And the paranormal, and yet the Bible is replete with paranormal stories from cover to cover. You know, it's basically a pretext for the paranormal. So I want to get that all makes sense. And what I found is that, you know, the Bible really holds up. The faith holds up, and it all correlates. And I'm really happy to share that with the people and help them understand that.
In 2020, you came out with the first series of the Paranormal Christian, and then you just came out with last year the second part of the Paranormal Christian. Tell me about the title.
Well, you know, it's very interesting. Paranormal is a word that a lot of people in the Christian faith have an issue with, and they really shouldn't, because the Christian faith is a paranormal faith. It's a supernatural faith, and to accept the witness of the Bible, you have to accept the paranormal. So, people are interested in this stuff. So, you know, there's an abundance of caution against things that are paranormal, but these are natural things. It's part of our experience as human beings. It's part of the way God made us. And I also want to reach out to people who are kind of disenfranchised from the church because, you know, they've been taught by teachers who, you know, tell them that they're bad for wanting to be curious about these things, to help them kind of feel at ease and know that the Christian faith is a welcoming faith, and God is a God for everybody, and He meets you wherever you are.
Now, the subtitle of your book, and I'll shorten it, has to do with the strange stories and unusual stories of Christian life and bizarre. Tell me how you accumulated the story.
Well, a lot of them are through my own as a young child. I heard this voice guiding me and speaking to me. And if you study the literature, you'll find there's other people out there who have had similar experiences. I was abducted as a child. Not abducted by aliens. I want to put that out there because I know that there's so many in our community.
You know, we all would have thought first on this program.
Yes, sir. But I know I was actually abducted on my way back from school as a young schoolboy, and I was taken by this boy that he was an older teenager. I was a young grade schooler, and he caught me as I was crossing the road trying to get to my grandmother's house. And pretty soon I knew I was his captive because when I told him that I needed to get to my granny's, you know, he would grab me and wouldn't let me go. And when cars would pass by, you know, they would slow down, and, you know, a couple of times they looked like maybe concerned, like what's going on over there. Yeah. And he was taking me by my hands, danced around with me, and so they probably thought, oh, this must be his older brother, something like that. And so they took me down the railroad tracks. I talked about this in book 1 of the Paranormal Christian. I actually have photos of the railroad tracks where I was taken. And he takes me down the track to this dilapidated shack off the embankment there. And from the freight train, you know, there's like this large embankment that goes up to the tracks, and so we climb down that, and go to the shack, and there's an older man there introduced with me, and pretty soon, you know, I know that I'm in some kind of trouble. I was really too young to understand what was going on here, but they were asking me strange questions about my parents, and you know, just really invasive, and something told me that this wasn't good, and so they were going to go tying me up, you know, and the younger man was started first, and then I was screaming and struggling, and so the older man said, hey, you know, just, you know, let's wait, we've got plenty of time, and they continued to ask me these questions and make me do some embarrassing things and so forth. But then at some point, he turned to him and said, yes, go ahead and tie him up, you know. So they put me down in this chair, and there was some rope, like this nylon type of rope that you might tie something off on your car or something like that. So the older man had me there, and the younger man had the rope, and as he came around behind, the two of them were behind me now, trying to pull my arms back to where they were going to tie me to the chair. And as they were fumbling around with my hands and with the rope, there was a split second where the older man's hands let go, and no one was holding my hands. And at that very instant, I heard that voice I was telling you about, and the voice said, run, now. So I immediately jumped out of the chair, ran to there was a little slide lock on the door of the shack. I slid that. I could pretty much feel the teenager's breath on the hairs of my neck, you know, as I was trying to loosen this thing. And I burst out of the shack. I ran up to the embankment, And this kid was chasing after me, and he was like, stop, come back. We made it up the embankment to the railroad track. And I mean, George, I gotta tell you, I've never moved so fast before or since. Please don't fail me now, all right? Oh yeah, it was like a blur. And eventually I turned around and saw this, and I mean, I never stopped. I just kept going down the tracks, and across from Pine Street, if you look at a map of Greensboro, you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Across Pine Street through East Market, which was the thoroughfare across where my grandma lived, and and I mean, I ran right up the steps to my grandmother's house and right into my grandmother's welcoming arms, because by this point I was late, and so she was outside on the front porch, and my aunt Kathy was out there as well, both looking for me, wondering where I was. And so to me, this was a miracle, and I knew from that point forward that I was here for a reason, and I've always been grateful to that, and I've always wanted to connect to that presence, to this communion of things, to this miraculous divine creator source from which we all come. Did they ever catch those two? Well, as I recall, they my aunt called the police and put in a report, and a couple of officers showed up to the house there and to my grandma's house and took the report and everything, and they went down there and actually found the shack. But those two people were long gone. I'm sure because I got away, I'm sure they had to beat feet and get out of there. But there were a lot of child abduction rings operating there in that area in the mid 1970s, and you hear about these tragedies all the time, and I'm just very, very lucky and fortunate to know the statistics. Do you think they would have killed you? Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. They were up to no good. Like I say, at the time I didn't really understand what was going on, but there was definitely, a sexual component to what was going on there. And, but thankfully it never got to that point. I don't know what would happen after they tied me up, but thank God I got away. Maybe a guardian angel helped untie you. Well, it's very interesting because a lot of people have asked me that question. They said, who do you think that voice was? Was the voice your guardian angel? Was it God, the Holy Spirit? Was it Jesus Christ? And, my answer to that is it really doesn't matter because, God works through a hierarchy, and it's like any family. When you speak to one, you speak to all. You tell mama something, daddy's going to know about it. You tell your brother something, your sister's going to know about it. So, but yes, we definitely have guardian angels. I think the scripture is very clear about that. And one way or the other, they were not allowed to do the thing that they were about to do, and I'm very grateful about that. Where do people get your books? You can find my books at my website, richarddlewisauthor.com. That's richarddlewisauthor.com. And of course, they're available on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, any of the comic book sellers. Do you believe the Christian community is starting to embrace the paranormal, or still not? I would say formally and officially no, because there's such a reticence about it. It's this abundance of caution. Because there is danger in the occult and paranormal. There's some danger in these things. It's really hard to know what type of spirits you're dealing with, and the demonic certainly is an area to be cautious of, and demonic spirits are very tricky. All spiritual traditions have twisted spirits there, and some of these are more negative than others, and there's good spirits. But no, I wouldn't say formally, but then on an informal level. Hold on for a second, Richard. We're at a break. We'll come back and pick that on. Here's our first emerging artist, the group Sergeant Leper from Los Angeles, California, Under the Sun. If you enjoy, it's right to your inbox for free. Coast No Newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. Always look on the hand, and when it breaks.
my 24-hour newsroom, I'm Jason Middleton. One person has been killed and 3 others have been hurt in a drug-related shootout outside a Trader Joe's in L.A. Police say they believe at least 2 people opened fire during a fight in the store parking lot in West Hill. They say the 2 attackers were arrested after a police pursuit yesterday.
We believe that we have everyone involved in this incident either detained or at the hospital.
LAPD Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton says it's possible that some of the people hurt in the shooting may be arrested as the investigation moves forward. Applications are open for single moms in El Monte for the city's Guaranteed Income Program. The program is intended to help single mothers impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Women selected will get $500 a month for a year. The program is being funded with American Rescue Plan Act money. The city has put requirements on who can apply, including that women show a verified income at or below the federal poverty line. Applications are open through the middle of April. Like trolling KFI News. This does only know one thing north of Vernon Avenue, stops the traffic from Manchester Avenue due to a disabled vehicle and the divider. In Gardena, we're heading south at the 91, that's crash also with their divider. In Sensei Springs, got some heavy traffic delays on the 605 north between Slauson Avenue and Whittier Boulevard. Almost deadlocked in both directions in that area. And then in Pasadena, you can east of Lake Avenue, that's another 12 vehicle getting up the center lane. And then finding the sky, what's getting you there faster? I'm Zachary Dagan. Marketing officer, direct to consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighing in on the physical test of building and retaining consumer trust.
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the owner and talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio network like that.
It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audio, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. It's showtime. The Smart Hall Show, March 29th to April 2nd at the Long Beach Convention Center. Presented by Progressive. Anchors to fishing tackle, boats, international hunting and fishing lodges, off-road trailers, campers, hundreds of seminars, hands-on, lumberjacks, racing ducks, archery, axe throwing, air gun ranges, kids crafting, and so much more. A full day of family fun. The Smart Hall Show, March 29th to April 2nd at the Long Beach Convention Center. Go to hallshows.com. AFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk. I'm sick of their fantasy interpretations of the world. It's really worn out and tired. They're wrong. They've been proven wrong. Enough of these people. I'm not spending the rest of my life arguing with crazy people. Somebody commits a crime, you put them in jail. Done again. Then they can commit another crime for a while. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. My grandfather convinced me to always have a goal. Because I'm one of those paranoid idiots. If there's an earthquake, we gotta get out of LA. And I don't want to be the a-hole who stops on the side of the road, telling my wife and my daughter, like, yeah, I was going to get that. Let's see what Carly Jr. show. And I went and got confident and said, they're really good. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. Our next door artist, Dante and the Bird Dogs, is from Tulsa, Oklahoma, with the song The Ballad of Betty and Barney Hill. How about that for a little song? Now I've got something deep in my soul. Very deep, you better get out. Oh, the try as I might, I can't get up and go. Oh, Betty, my darling, now. Betty, won't you tell me what's wrong in my head? Why do I feel like my mama is gone?
You're listening to Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll take calls next hour when we listen to listeners who talk about his work, paranormal Christian, fascinating discussion indeed. May 27th, we're going to the Dalles in Oregon for a live stage show, and I am ready for this one. This is going to be a lot of fun. Saturday, May 27th, 5 p.m. The show starts. The amazing Granada Theater is where we'll be in Dalles, Oregon, as George just mentioned, about 84 miles east of Portland. So come on out, folks. 3 guests that night: Dr. Sky, Stephen Case, UFO abductee Travis Walton, and from Animal Planet Bigfoot hunter Matt Moneymaker. The night will include, of course, the live band, a salute to our veterans, a live Q&A. I've never been there either, but I hear this is a real sweet city, fun place to stop. It's 20 minutes from the Good River. We're getting emails. Yeah, about that. Which apparently people know what the Good River is, and you and I will find out soon. So if you're interested, which you should be, head over to coasttocoastam.com, and all the info has right up there in the carousel. And let's, of course, keep you healthy, build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Malay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Malay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, lower hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and serving the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of getting stem and adaptogen together, supporting the body to be best it can be.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking a Dr. Stem and stem?
The immune stem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptogen along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with adaptogen and stem and your free gift relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's stem cell wellness kit at HealthyLooking.com.
Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland have released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, movies of Sergeant Waggott's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels and the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.
Fortunately, I was really easy. Always issues with things because we're speaking what he had. All thoughts on his back. Yeah, 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing 40 improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynamite is nutrition. Dynamite is the best thing you can eat for your dog. Having your dog will I get my Dynamite from DINOVITE.com.
While you wait for your tax refund, switch to Consumer Cellular to see your savings add up. Switch today and save up to $250 a year. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fee. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can also add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who switch. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25, promo code radio25.
Anything.
Hey, and welcome back to Coast, George Norrie with you. Listen, with us, Richard. We're talking about the Christian community and its ability to embrace the paranormal. Let's just finish that up.
Well, yes, George. So there is a reticence there, but informally, I think there's a lot more of acceptance going on, because if you go to any like church camping trip or something, as soon as people get around a campfire, they start telling ghost stories, and you're sitting at home, you're having your Sunday dinner, and everybody's got a ghost story or somebody saw a UFO. So people are wondering about these things. So what I want to do, because people aren't getting answers from the clergy quite often into life and godliness. So, there's nothing that's too big for God. And the more of the secrets of the universe that we want, it just makes the faith and makes God that much bigger. So it's really nothing to be concerned about. We want to know about these things.
Do you talk about demons a lot?
Well, I don't like to focus too much on demons, but they're definitely real, which is why there's this abundance of caution in the Christian community. You have to tread lightly when dealing with them, because in spirit communication and things, the devil can appear as an angel of light. That's in 2 Corinthians 11:14. But demons, this comes from the Greek word daemon, which means evil spirit. But really, the ancient Greeks simply thought a daemon was a lesser deity or guiding spirit. So, there's a lot of things that can be manifesting when it comes to ghosts, demons, and there's a whole, variety of different experiences. Just like in the natural world, in the spirit world, there's variety. So a lot of times Christians tend to paint everything as like a demon. If it's some type of experience of communication, it must be demonic, and that's actually going way too far. So, you've got stories of the Nephilim in the Bible, Genesis 6, the book of Enoch, and these other sources where we learn about these things. So there's all kinds of things that can be manifesting as demons. It could be this carnage human spirit that goes too far into poltergeist activity. But there's something very inhuman and alien about demons. They have a level of power and energy and hatred against humanity that's really quite shocking when you encounter them. So they definitely need to be handled carefully.
They want our souls, don't they?
Well, they do, but again, I think that we shouldn't give them too much power over, because it's God's will that all people be saved. That's what the Christian faith teaches us, and it's not about what denomination you are. I mean, God wants everybody to be brought in, who reaches out to all people. That he will have his way with you, and Satan will not.
Richard Lewis with us. His two-cycle book is called The Paranormal Christian. One came out in 2020, the other in 2022. Richard, what about the swarming? What is that?
Well, the swarming is a phrase I coined. I call it swarming because that's exactly what it feels like. You're being swarmed in an electric vortex of energy. And this is also the same experience that many presumed UFO abductees report experiencing. The hairs on your body stand on end. It's uncomfortable, and for most people, it's a frightening experience. These are attacks I personally experienced. Thankfully, God has delivered me from them, but I found it to be a common experience, and people I've interviewed, and people across the ages, the church fathers actually talk about these experiences. They compare them to the bonds and the fetters, and said the weight of evidence was too great to deny because it was just happening to too many people. We see this in the depictions like Henry Fuseli's 1781 painting The Nightmare, which shows a woman in deep sleep with her arms from below her, and an incubus is propped on her chest. And, today we have people experiencing this through sleep paralysis, often accompanied by a suffocating weight on the chest. And some people think this is a medical thing, and sleep paralysis can simply be medical and explained away. But the latest research papers, which I talk about in my book, shows that there's much more going on. People have terrifying visions, and some people even think they're going to die when these things are happening. And there's also a sexual component to these attacks. Usually the incubus male version or the succubus female, we believe it's the same being that's just transitioning to match with the victim. We believe they take on these roles, and they will appear as a spouse or lover to try to seduce their victim. But what I found with the swarming, in all cases, the entity is trying to give to the person, to get them to give in. They seem to be trying to gain access to the being. Some say they're trying to possess them. Some say they're trying to do some type of hybridization. People even talk about that going on with these attacks. But through keeping blessed objects around you. You can put a Bible on your chest even. You're being formed in this energy field.
Richard, you've talked about aspects of communications in your work. Now, what does the church say about that?
Well, the church doesn't promise this, and again, they don't like to talk about a lot of this stuff out of an abundance of caution. We're warned against mediumship and necromancy. But the church doesn't say God won't allow provision for a departed loved one to reach out and communicate with us, and in fact, will allow. I have personally experienced this, and almost everyone you meet has stories of a departed loved one coming to them in a dream, like a parent or, God forbid, a departed child. Usually someone very close to the person, and, to fix the fact, the whole thing about communicating with the dead. And the Apostle John tells us in 1 John 4:1, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits to see whether they're from God. But my thing is, how can we test the spirits if we don't interact with them? So, yeah, this can be a very good, and it's a blessing from God.
So, is it in the Bible?
Well, the Bible doesn't directly endorse the belief in ghosts, but it is there implicitly if you look carefully. For example, when Jesus was walking on the water, the Bible says the disciples saw him walking on the water and they were terrified. It's a ghost, they cry out in fear. But Jesus said to them right there, that implicitly shows us that there was a belief in ghosts because they thought he was a ghost. Then in Luke 24, when Jesus appeared to the disciples in the resurrection, they were frightened once again, thinking he was a ghost. And he said to them, why are you troubled? Look at my hands and feet, it is I. Touch me and see. A ghost does not have flesh and bones, as you see that I have. So rather than debunking ghosts, which Jesus could have easily done there, he basically gives us a proof text on what ghosts actually are.
And what are they?
Well, I tend to go with the traditional belief that ghosts are discarnate human spirits. People that are really into ghost hunting and things like that, there's all kinds of theories and different things. Like sometimes they seem to be a reflection. Some people think they can be other people through other times where there's rifts in the there's all kinds of ideas. But I would say in general, if you're experiencing a ghost, it's a human spirit.
And I think until we can figure out all about life itself, the possibility of ghosts is very real, even though people really can't explain what they are.
It's so true. And the thing about ghosts is the belief in ghosts goes across all cultures and times and religions and faiths and lack of faith. And, for me, it's one thing to think about ghosts until I actually saw ghosts for the first time. And then it's like, oh, wow, okay, So, but even if you don't see ghosts, you hear enough stories, there's enough people talking about ghosts that they've experienced it. The weight of evidence over time is just enormous.
When people read the Paranormal Christian, your 2 series books, what's the most important message you want them to get?
Well, the thing I want people to understand is that this is a supernatural faith. So the supernatural is inherent in what we believe. So there is something going on the other side, but there's hope. And that's the thing I want people to know. This stuff about communication with the dead, it's really at the heart. A lot of people are reaching out to mediums and things like that. They want comfort. And in the pages of the Bible and through the Christian faith, we learn that there is hope, and it's about giving comfort. And see, that's why it's not always about demons, like a lot of Christians think, especially, the evangelical Protestant people. A lot of times they're really afraid of this stuff. So if you look at the traditional church teaching, the ancient historical church, you will see that communion of saints, the angels, it's always been a part of it. And God says that he's the God of the living, not the dead. So even Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, all people who passed away, but they're not dead, they're alive, because we do proceed on after death.
Richard, what is your soul to?
Well, the thing about the soul is very interesting. A lot of people don't understand this. Even people in the church, even the church fathers, will use the word spirit and soul, interchangeably. But that's not really what the Bible teaches. The Bible teaches that we are 3 parts: spirit, soul, and body. And you can read this in 1 Thessalonians 5:23. And this is in perfect accord with the fact that God made us in his own
I've declared it to be 420, so we're
taking
nominations now. I was actually working on the list.
Just like he is tripartite. He's a trinity. So you say spirit, pneuma, soul, psyche. When we come
we'll
alive,
do it.
Body,
420. That's when we'll have the formal announcement of who wins what. And if we well, Queen will be the one who probably takes the cake when it comes to all the awards, and I'm totally fine with that, and I'm sure most of you are as well.
It's not a body, it's a court. So that's kind of how we are. We are a Trinity in our own self. That's how we're made in God's image. That is also a Trinity. So there's no soul without the body, and that's how spirit, soul, and body work.
And of course, there are many religions that believe in reincarnation. What about the Christians?
Well, reincarnation, quite frankly, is considered heresy in the church, but an argument can be made for an ancient belief in reincarnation among Christians and even from the Bible itself. There's an interesting story in the Bible where Jesus is speaking to the crowds about John the Baptist's cousin. This comes to us from Matthew 11:13-14, where he says, "For all the prophets in the law prophesied until John, and if you are willing to accept it, he is Elijah who is to come." Now, it doesn't say he is like Elijah or he is an Elijah. I personally believe in reincarnation. Most Christians don't. It's not a matter of soteriology. It's not something that I would want to argue with other Christians about. It's just one of those things. But we have so many stories, especially with children, with past life memories, and Christian children as well. So I just don't think you can deny reincarnation, nor do I think that it conflicts with the faith at all.
The Bible talks about Ezekiel's dream. And leave that to UFO description.
Oh, yes. It's very interesting. Both in the Bible and in many other ancient texts, you have these stories that sound a lot like UFO sightings, and definitely a sighting of some type. So what does that mean? So a lot of people in the UFO community think it naturally means that, it's a nuts and bolts spacecraft with extrabiological entities, beings like us. And while that could be true, in Ezekiel, it's actually a vision, so it's really hard to say. It could quite simply be a spiritual experience. But one of the things that I take exception with in terms of this community is, like with the ancient astronaut people, they immediately make an assumption that something spiritual can't involve, flying saucers, UFOs. Well, God doesn't use a flying saucer, angels, demons, things like that. They don't use these craft. Well, how do you know that? You don't know that they don't have some type of a technology. You don't know that they ride along a spacecraft. People conjure light ships, and that to me sounds like something spiritual. So, and it's an ultra-terrestrial theory too. You go on with actually Jacques Vallée on board with some of this stuff. And when you look at the paranormal things that are associated, even with our modern UFO experiences, when it's not something that's nuts and bolts, and it could very well be something spiritual. And yeah, in Elijah, that's what I think it is. But it is very interesting because it talks about fire and it talks about it being like metal and things like that. And if it were a UFO, that wouldn't scare me because God is sovereign over the entire universe, and so that wouldn't hurt my faith at all to find out that those types of things were truly extraterrestrial in that sense.
Could the vision of Fatima, where the three little kids saw the Blessed Virgin Mary, of them an extraterrestrial they saw?
Well, anything that is outside of the created order, God, the angels, outside of creation, the uncreated, or the earlier created, would by very nature be extraterrestrial. So in that sense, God and the angels and so forth are extraterrestrial. I can tell you that Mary is real. And I grew up as a Protestant, so I didn't acknowledge Mary in the sense. I knew she was a real historical person, but I actually saw the Virgin Mary, and so when I saw her for the first time, the first thing I did was apologize to her for never giving her the honor that she deserved. And of course, as you can imagine, all she did was return my apology with love. Just met me with love. And in the Memorare in the church, it talks about how no one that's ever, went to her for her invitation has ever been left unaided. And I'm prejudiced myself. Now, I'm not a Catholic. I'm Lutheran. But, we're kind of like second cousins to the Catholics, so they don't consider ourselves like, we tie ourselves to the Catholics. We were like Reformed Catholics. We think. But at the end of the day, she's real. And it's not like she goes, oh, well, wait, let me see, you're not a Catholic, or anybody in it for her health. And you have all these people. You've got people at the Muslim faith going to Christian priests to receive exorcism.
some over with Richard Lewis. He's the author of the Super Series, The Paranormal Christian. One came out in 2020, the other came out in 2022. They're different on each one. It's the same title. And Richard, how long did it take you to put those books together?
Well, George, I started outlining the first book, The Paranormal Christian, in 2007. And just to see if I had enough to make a book, and I started to come up with chapters and things like that. And but I actually sat down to business on Good Friday, believe it or not, 2014. And I really pushed trying to finish the book, but
this is great.
with all my other responsibilities and everything, you know, working for the Air Force and Space Force and here and such a lot of stuff, and I'm a journalist with other interests too, I write about movies and sports and everything else you can imagine.
Well, but you got it done. Rich, we're going to hit the break. Let's come back in just a moment and take some phone calls with you. Here's our next emerging artist, Asia Weaver from Elizabethton, Tennessee. They're a cottage drink.
Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief with George Norrie. Simply go to beyondbelief.com.
You're just looking at
You think of all the germs that are on the Bible. You're trying to explain why you didn't go to church last week. Because you're afraid of germs.
Church last week? When's the last time you went to church? I'm glad you're keeping up with your faith.
I'm also not afraid of the germs on the Bible. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. A minimum of 5 years in a lock-up, secure location where you are guaranteed to be sodomized 19 times a day. That is what should be given to people who vandalize national parks. Okay, maybe we're going to retake this one. What do you think? Huh, George? Bill Handle. Hey, if you know the name of the guy, why haven't you recorded it? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We came to a roundabout, and we're supposed to do like a quarter of a turn and then keep going straight. So she does a 360, she goes all the way around, and then goes on the street to the other one. As we do, because it's roundabout, you gotta go around the whole thing.
You want to know what? Is that right?
That's what we're going to do. Nothing tonight, live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh my God, that is a choice. That is a choice. Oh, well, they're drug addicted, so they kill people, but it's because of the drugs. No. Becoming a gang member is a choice. Staying in the gang is a choice. Hearing from your grandparents, all decisions. Nobody forced this guy to make all those decisions.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
How a homeless woman and her emotional support duck survive on the streets of LA. It's a 7-page article. He's holding a Starbucks Frappuccino, a drink that costs $5.67.
Jerry and Shannon and a duck. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Well, at least you've decided to listen to KFI. See, you're making progress.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
It's out there on the Washington Golden Nation Avenue, the traffic from Century Boulevard, you know, correct block of the 2 middle lanes. On the 110 of the 10 eastbound to St. Lucie Street, is in downtown LA, that's correct block of the 2 right lanes, the traffic back up pretty early from Normandy Avenue. On the 10 west of Landscape and out Hambro, 12 block in the right shoulder of the off ramp, and then south only also on the 110 south after 105, that's installed next to the right shoulder. KFI in the sky, and be there faster. I'm Zachary Kagan. In this week's marketing report, Raja Madar, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer of MasterCard, talks about messaging. Messaging, sonic and sonic branding, and sonic creativity across the board. The principles of measurement of the space, but the parameters that you measure are different. We measure, and what we find is our industry is paying for itself in schooling. We have been partnering with iHeart across multiple platforms, both for brand enhancement as well as for performance marketing. I think the critical of the message and the recall of the brand on much higher. Also, it has been very beneficial for us to integrate some of our campaigns into the native content of iHeart. It has been a very nice partnership, and we continue to
media gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. This story is called done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshares. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only service you can buy if you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing. Call for your free information kit. 800-838-2626. That's 800-838-2626. 800-838-2626. No one has the same taste as you. From the music you love to the podcast, you can't live without. And only the iHeartRadio app has it all for free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. I don't like that organic app. First of all, it's not organic. They put the celery from the $1.29 bin into the $2.99 bin. You think the guy's going, hey, is this organic? There's never been an organic piece of fruit or vegetable in any market. But get a car like you yourself. They're just crazy people buying that stuff. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Here's what a stupid American I am. I'm in Franklin, and I didn't like it, and I read that the LA Kings are playing in Philadelphia. I left Paris, landed in Philadelphia, went to the stadium, and got there 10 minutes before I never going back. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I looked like 3 minutes. 3 minutes for them to award that I could do. 3 minutes. Delete me, would you? You did? Okay. Delete me. So he physically delete me. I'll get done again. So here I have to have the corn, and I hate the corn. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We are here to spread love. Tolerance. What? It's marketing, Paul. It's just like you. It's a critical mode. Great thing about it is this is just a random conversation they take among these LA City Council members. Random. Come again, because there's always the fraud to stay. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The woman next to me was probably in her 70s, sitting there all prim and proper, politely talking to her husband, and lots of people, and all of a sudden she just comes on the stage, and she's freaking 24, and she's her top comes off, she's throwing her candy to the stage, and I'm like, who are you? Gary and Shannon. It's very cool to see people who claim their youth at a show. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. What happens if I'm bringing it to tourists? Does that alarm go off? You test it? No. Yeah. No. Let's do it. No. Look, if I tune into a station and they're not on the air, there's no way I'm leaving there until I come back. Absolutely. You never get more listeners than when they're dead air. So how do I tune yourself? It's the only business in the world at 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. This woman had a lady on an airplane. You know, there's a bunch of a-holes on the plane. You just stay in your seat. No! Cuddling to yourself. Come on! You're going to get the Starbucks! Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. So, remember $3.70 gasoline. Wow. Remember when we were like, oh my God, you're going to get to $4? I remember when my dad would give me a $20 bill and he'd say, for a gas tank. I'm not years old. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Morgan, dial #529 on your cell phone. How long? That's all. KFI, AM 640. This is California with the song Turn Back Time.
No, you're good, baby. We can hear you. Ayo, go ahead. I stream my life all day, every day, so I look forward to continue doing that. I am coming up though with on 420. I'm gonna do my best. I mean, I'm coming up with it right now, so it'll probably take me throughout the night and I'll ask you some questions. But we're gonna have the Twitter Spaces Awards. So basically, there's gonna be best Twitter space of all the Twitter spaces, and I've been basically to all of them. I mean, there's like the Russian one, there's the Ukrainian one. There are a bunch of them. There's like some other NFTs. They'll probably spread the word to them. But we'll have best overnight show, best co-host, like essentially a co-host for the year. And just kind of to build some more credibility in the community. Like, hey, people are doing this all the time. Like, if people know that Queen is the top overnight co-host on Twitter Space, which she already is, or that she may have the best karaoke, whatever we want to say, whatever she wins for nomination, that's just going to add value to all of the community. I just think it's a good idea because a lot of people put a lot of effort into these things, and people, it costs you nothing to say at whatever their handle is, and then they get a little bit of recognition for it. And so for all the hard work that they do, just a little bit I can do, put together a list, and we'll do it on 420, we'll probably take nominations up before then. And just, I mean, it's not a big thing this year, but you never know. Next year, it might be something.
ViralRabbi.com. Maxwell to distraction and losing compare my bet. She said, oh, he must be allergic to another bet.
I'm going to put together a list of what basically I've heard from people within the community. So that would be the host, the co-host, best NFT prize, those kind of things. But also, I certainly want people to ask their own questions. So as soon as I get a post together, I'll run it in this chat. It's like, hey, what can we change about it? Because I want it to be as professional as possible with only having 17 days to get something together. But it would be something, and then, it's like a little feather in your cap. Hey, I know that Neil is one co-host of the year, and I want to give it to him because he puts in the effort. I want Queen to get host of the year. I want some other people in here, no service, to get whatever we consider no service, general of the year, to do something. I want people to be recognized for their hard work, and if we can do it in a creative way, I think it's really easy.
I don't have any bruises on my arm, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the color war.
Call 866-836-8735. 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. And coupon code CORD to get 15% off your order.
Thank you so much. What's new in your neck of the woods, Ale?
And welcome back, Richard Lewis with us. His book, of course, The Paranormal Christian. His website is his name, with author at the end, linked up at coasttocoastam.com for you. Richard, get back to reincarnation for a moment. What do you think you did?
Well, I think that this physical life is way too short to get everything done that we're here to do and the lessons that we're here to learn. So, for me, I think that it's an opportunity to continue to progress on. And a lot of people in the Christian church have an issue with this because they think you got to get it all done in this life. And, I think each time it's an opportunity. It's the same spirit, but it's a different life. And, I don't see that this is a contradiction of the faith. Because, if you look at the case of the near-death experience, for example, I share some of these stories. All cases involve a life review, which is kind of a judgment because And the Bible says it was appointed for us to die once and after this the judgment. Well, every time there is a case of a near-death experience, you proxy folks, and there is a likelihood that happens. So, and in that finite life, it does end eventually in want. But then, who's to say the spirit doesn't progress on, up until when finally everything ends, and we don't know when that's going to happen. So, in the meantime, there's plenty we can do here in these life times that we have here.
So we're talking about the possibility that fallen angels that are in the Bible might be extraterrestrial. You know?
Well, again, if they are from the angelic realm, and I tend to follow the church teaching on the fallen angels and what happened there, they are by very nature extraterrestrial.
So, what I do is
that
taking
doesn't
the
necessarily mean what a lot of people in the community
I
think,
find
which is that
that
they're
for 2 days, I may have misheard, but is that correct, Dan? That's such a beautiful thing.
Traditional church teaching there. Not that extraterrestrials aren't a possibility and that they aren't real, but when you look at the vastness of space, it takes a lot to be able to get from point A to point B, and even if you bend space and create a point, there's still time dilation, all these other kind of things you got to think about. And I just don't think that we have the proof that it's really happening in the way that many people think.
It is kind of wonderful to think about.
Well, it is. I mean, we've got something like 100 billion stars in the Milky Way galaxy, and there's something like 100 billion galaxies in the known universe. And it's hard to imagine that all of that space out there would not have other people like us. And it's definitely something to hope for. It really excites me to imagine that.
By the way, thank you for your service in the Air Force.
Oh, yes, sir. And thank you for yours as well.
Thank you. I think we were both public information officers, basically.
I believe so. Both former staff sergeants, if I'm not mistaken.
I have some relatives in Turkey as well. Did you ever get close to the city of Mardin?
Not Mardin. I've spent most of my time in the Adana area, but I also spent some time in Istanbul and Ankara, some other things. We had a whole radio and television network that went through the whole country there, and I was a little bit of a minor celebrity there off base, and so that was a lot of fun doing all the spots and the radio shows and everything else.
That is a beautiful thing. Shout out to you for that.
All over it, right?
Yes, sir. In a very minor way, but yeah, we used to do video spots with.
It's beautiful for you to give of yourself anytime that you have it. That's a wonderful time.
Vampire stories, horror stories, all kinds of crazy videos, all that stuff. It was a lot of fun.
Let's go to the phone. Joe, Long Island, New York. Welcome to the program. Go ahead, Joe.
Let's just two quick questions. First, you look at meditative prayer, you don't necessarily need an actual writing with the language in your lawn somewhere, or your boat capsizes 10 miles off Hawaii and you have to do the 10-mile swim with a shark or two and some current, or it's more maybe of an emergency, just on the fly. And then my second question would be, a lot of people take things that happen as a sign. Would you say they're correct in doing so, or let's say a sign in nature that they just happen to be there on an observer, and they shouldn't really take that personally, or would you agree with people that do take that as a personal sign? Well, Joe, it's really hard to tell people personally what to believe. Now, like my pastor will tell me, don't look for signs, and in the Bible it talks about a wicked generation looks for signs. And here's the thing, though, signs still come and they look for us sometimes. So I think you have to be open to see and hear and receive the communication. Because earlier we were talking about guardian angels. Your guardian angels always there talking to you, and but a lot of people aren't open to it. It's kind of like right now we've got these invisible radio signals that are propagating all over the planet.
My plan is to make as much content as possible
is a receiver as well, and it receives
really get as many moments as I can. I treat my life
so signs are real
all day, every day. My plan is to give you that. I've been doing that for more than 3 days. We're moving close to 700 days. I have more content than anything from global history. So really, if you want to know my plan is to make that go viral. That's really what I look at.
Because you can overly read into signs. They are there for you, and they are gifts from God, and they will be there to help you.
Next up, let's go to Bree in Ramsey, Michigan. Welcome to the show. Hi, Bree.
Hi.
Hi. How's everyone doing tonight? I'm so happy
I do, and
to be
I live
here.
stream it. So that's even on like if I Instagram, I go on walks, go to the park, go to the store. So it's not like I can do cardio, so to speak. Maybe someday, but as of right now, just doing my best to make a human zoo, basically collect as much data on what humanity is like from the years of the pandemic, essentially till now. We've seen the death of the queen and the birth of AI and everything in between. So I think people will study this in the future. So if I gain a little bit of weight, I understand. I do my best to be flexible, and I can go on walks and it's quite enjoyable. It's just not as easy. I wish I did. To be honest with you, I have had a lot of love sessions in my time, and so I have a memory bank, let's just say, of many, many enjoyable moments. But as of right now, I don't bring girls here just because I am just focused on the stream, getting out there. I don't want to. Also, like I get banned if I do any of that. I would alleviate myself live on YouTube, and then you lose your whole account. And when you have hours and hours of streams on it, you want to make sure that you preserve those. So essentially, this would be an OnlyFans version of it, definitely, and I think that'll be very desired. I'll be the most famous person in global history because I have more content than him. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I have more content than him, so my ability is very, very interesting. So honestly, no service, I'll have so much foodie things that it'll be overflowing the bucket, so to speak. But as of right now, I don't. Honestly, to alleviate myself, I have to do it underneath the covers, which is more than anybody else does on camera. But that's how you have to do it in order to stay streaming. If not, you have to kill all the streams, and that's not what people want. I upload that. People want to see the rawness of the video, how it's absolutely uncut, 12 hours worth of footage, and eventually AI will be able to edit it so that it only has the highlights. It'll give you what I do in the course of 12 hours and 30 seconds. I just can't edit it right now. I'm essentially all content.
These early Christians were known as the people of the lake.
What do you think of alien abduction, Richard?
Well, I tend to believe, first of all, alien abductions are real things that are happening to experiencers. And
you're absolutely right. Same old G knows what's up. It takes forever. And when you're a perfectionist and you want to make sure it's really, really good, it will take as long as you are saying, if not longer. And so the post-production is really, really difficult. My job, basically, as I see it right now, is just create as much content as possible. In the future, the whole world can be their own editors with AI tools that we'll have in the future. And we're already moving towards it, though. Currently we have the ChatGPT, and then we also have Dolly. There's a video version of this that will be out there where it just creates entire movies for you by you typing in some prompts. And really, when we're getting at that type of AI level for video editing, I think that someone with an entire life online will be a very interesting model for AI. Essentially, how humans live, how they eat, how they sleep, and all of those things. So that I'll have the ability to have AI and other people edit it for me, and I will have just created the content. It is maddening to do the editing on your own. I know that even one thing that I did is I called Amazon on itself because they had a glitch in their app. And I had the person who was on customer service, they followed along with what I was saying, and they found a glitch on their end as well. And they reported it. I have had this conversation with Amazon 4 times. Essentially, it's a very easy thing for them to fix. I just on their iOS app, you're unable to change, at least within the last year, you've been unable to change your horizontal profile picture. And that to me is something like, if you're going to have the feature, why not have it work? So I will actually take those calls to Amazon customer service and edit them down. And it takes me so many hours to do that alone with just really average equipment that for me to be able to do my whole life, I really have to depend on the world for a lot of systems. But when I do find something very interesting, like Amazon admitting that its app is broken from a customer service perspective, I find that to be noteworthy to some extent. So I'll edit some things together, but really at the end of the day, I'm going to rely on the world to do the editing, hopefully in the future once it goes live.
I had to experience it greatly, and because of that experience, when I was roughly around 21, it hit me hard. I mean, it hit me so hard that
it is. I know it's probably the first. I'm probably the first person in a long race of people who will want to stream their lives. I know someone, Sidoni, who was in here earlier. He told me he had a friend who's done it for like 400 days, but they don't have it recorded on YouTube. It's basically a time capsule, and what it will do is essentially teach people how the NFT world works. It'll teach people how crypto works, and additionally, it'll make your or our NFT the most famous in global history because they find far more content on it. And it's just it's an interesting project. I mean, anything, why I did it, I don't have children currently, and if I ever do, I want them to know what my life was like. It's to me the same as like home movies that people have or that I have from my family growing up. If you just, have the ability to not shut off the video now, and with the same idea, it's very easy for me to hit start stream and, it doesn't cost me anything and it doesn't hurt me. And in the future, it may be very, very valuable to society. So if I can volunteer my life for that, that's something that I choose to do. But you're exactly right, Nick. So this is going to be interesting how it all plays out. Songs of Reason, how are you? You've got your Monday show today, is that correct?
Can communicate with you. But if you get a bad sense or a bad feeling about a situation like that,
not win, because I'm not a holder, that's absolutely fine. I just like to hear your music and participate when I can. So if you're not familiar, Songs of Reason every week has a name that tune essentially that he plays on the piano, and it's fabulous. If you ever have the opportunity to go to it, I definitely enjoy it. And he's very, very talented. Check out his YouTube. He's got over 25 million views on YouTube, which is quite an accomplishment. Just accomplished that recently. So he's really rising up the YouTube ladder, so to speak. So if you have the opportunity, take a listen to his show. He's got a new he has a new jingle for it as well. Maybe do you have the jingle?
George, we preoccupy ourselves with the greatest story that was ever told, George.
Oh, the only thing that could be better is my upload speed. I'm really throttled by my ISP, so my job is just to get the data out there. I know in the future that AI will be able to make what might be like 720p video into 8K video very easily. I am just doing my best to capture a snapshot of what civilization is like in 2023, and been doing so for almost 700 days now.
I truly believed in Christ and the story of crying. I cried for a few hours after seeing that movie. It's a very heart-rending story. From the standpoint of science and modernity, George, it is a story. The Bible is a great anthology, a great collection of ancient novellas, vignettes, fables. It was written, the ancient Jews, obviously, George, were great storytellers, as were the Sumerians and the Egyptians, etc., George. But from the standpoint of science, George, science can unite us, George. This must be our religion now. To me, George, the great book of Revelation was published in 1859 by Charles Darwin. And George, that was the great revelation that we evolved from lower forms of life, George, that we are the veritable naked age, George. So, as I say, the story of Christ is a great story. It's the ancient Jewish version of a Superman, a superhero.
Well, something probably happened, and you can have evolution and religion at the same time. Would you agree, Richard?
Oh, absolutely. The church doesn't teach against evolution. And again, the more we learn about the mysteries of the universe and about science, the more it reveals the way God did things. And that's always the way the ancient church fathers thought about it. I mean, science actually comes from the church. The early scientists were people of the church. They were people of the cloth. And we have schools thanks to church. We have education thanks to the church. So the church has done so much to alleviate suffering and eliminate ignorance in the world. Yeah, Walter, I love
That's very, very kind of you. You don't have to do that. I really appreciate that. Same OG. I'm sorry, I talked over you. Go ahead.
Always call in. I'll invite you to connect with me on my website, richarddlewisauthor.com. Feel free to email me. Let's get some messages going back and forth. I want to talk to you some more and share with you because these projections that you have really don't conflict with the faith. So I suspect there's other reasons that soured you, and it really probably has nothing to do with God, but maybe through experiences you've had, some disappointments, maybe some people let you down, and things like that. This is a common experience that you're explaining, but science and the faith, I find that they correlate really well. If you read my series, The Paranormal Christian, it completely ties together. I love science. I'm a huge proponent of science, of what science reveals, and as a lifelong member of the Air Force and Space Force, we're all about science and innovation and technology, and it all ties in.
People sometimes ask me, of course, during different episodes about space, and you got to believe that something happened a long time ago. If you were a time traveler, Richard, I'd love to go back and see the moment that Jesus was doing his thing.
I would love to do that too. Just to say that we weren't there. What if we were there in past life? Maybe we were there at the Sermon of the Mount.
We might have been.
Maybe we were one of those relatives that he spoke to. I mean, I certainly have felt this deep connection to Jesus. That's really hard to explain, and it's like goes beyond what I even know from this life. It's just this love and this compassion, and it's not a superhero story. I mean, Jesus was fully man and fully God. That's what the Bible teaches. He was able to do these great things because of his faith. He had to learn, just like you and I had to learn. He had to go to school. He had to suffer greatly on behalf of humanity. It's an amazing story. But yeah, everything. Science teaches us that there was a beginning.
Well, teaches a lot. Hold on, Richard. We're going to come back in a moment and take final calls with you. Here's our next emerging artist, Michael Flo from Laurel, Maryland. It's the name of the song is Spinning.
Never miss a detail on a show or a guest. Sign up for the First Go email newsletter. Available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Jason Middleton. One person has been killed and 3 others have been hurt in a drug-related shootout outside a Trader Joe's in L.A. Police say they believe at least 2 people opened fire during a fight in the store parking lot in West Hills. They say the 2 attackers were arrested after a police pursuit yesterday. We believe that we have everyone involved in it either detained or at the hospital. LAPD Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton says it's possible that some of the people hurt in the shooting may be arrested as the investigation moves forward. Applications are open for single moms in El Monte for the city's Guaranteed Income Program. The program is intended to help single mothers impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Women selected will get $500 a month for a year. The program is being funded with American Rescue Plan Act money. The city has put requirements on who can apply, including that women show a verified income at or below the federal poverty line. Applications are open through the middle of April. Boy, trollers, hey, if I knew. Town Mayor Rabbi loves County Atlantic Boulevard with a full block of the right to Lord Dockland. In downtown LA, and within east of 10 Eagle Street, that is transited with T1 Lake, that is very heavy coming from Arlington Avenue. In downtown, the 105 East of Lakewood Boulevard, with the cell block and the Coastal Luxury with traffic backing up to Paramount Boulevard. In South LA on the North and East Boulevard.
Content is king. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s.
KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm Zachary Gaten. This week's Marketer's Report, we learn about the value of local influencers in uncertain times. From Allison Griffin, Head of Marketing at State Farm.
The economy is tough for everyone, and taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of the tough environment is really important. We have 19,000 agents across the country, and they understand what's going on in in those very unique communities. iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, connected, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media outlet. iHeartMedia is your access card. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. What are your chances of actually connecting with a real hitman? You're not going to connect with him. Why are you so interested? I don't know. That's not my style, but I'm not saying who knows a guy who knows a guy. No, it would be a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy. Bill Handle. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We're in a period in this country where the 5% is ruling the other 95%. Because the other 95% is constantly intimidated, constantly upset, constantly on their heels, constantly reacting. I got something to say about the 95%. You act like you're all ready to fight back. No, they just go along, oh, okay, gonna do it. We once got paid in Burger King. It's not a place our payment. It was sort of like a little thing. If you were saying, oh, man, we don't make any money, we aren't going to raise, so he gave us a well, I tried to because sometimes they would give you the food budget. That's my truck negotiating skill. Again, here you go. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk. There's our next emerging artist, Stone Hart from Roseburg, Oregon. The name of the song, Household. To talk to George Murray, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-525-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. When we return, we'll take final calls with Richard Lewis as we talk about his work, The Paranormal Christian. Next hour, we'll be talking about healing your ancestral roots, so get ready for that. And of course, the Paranormal Podcast Network we mentioned when Sandra Champlain was on during our news segment. Now, how do people listen to this? This is awesome, and if you're looking for podcasts of the paranormal, supernatural, and unexplained, this is the right place. Very simple, George. If you're using your phone, just download the iHeartRadio app. If you're using your PC, just go to iHeartRadio.com, and in either of those, in the search, just put Coast to Coast AM. All it shows will pop right up. It'll be right there for you. I love it. And if you signed up yet to become a Coast Insider, it's a great deal at 15 cents a day.
This is Lisa. I'm a Coast Insider because I can't always stay up to listen to Coast Live. The Insider lets you listen to it first thing in the morning, and sometimes even when I'm at work. Hey, it's Mike from North Carolina, and I'm a Coast Insider, and if you're like me, you get a little sad each time to watch going during the night, if that's okay, because I can listen to the show anytime, anywhere, where I can access to listen to any show.
And if you want to sign up, of course, you can do it one of two ways. Our website, coasttocoastam.com, right at the top of the homepage, it says Coast Insider. The other way is to download our app, Coast to Coast AM app. It's free, and you can sign up that way by clicking profiles and subscriptions. And if you now live in Canada and worldwide, you can become a Coast Insider as well. Now, here's something for you to kind of get yourself some rest.
HealthyLooking.com has a combination of products to help with everyday stress, fatigue, and moodiness, while increasing energy and stamina, plus helps to fall asleep easier and more soundly while losing weight. It elevates in the morning for energy and focus, then accelerates weight management and sleep combo before bed for a great full night's sleep.
I've really gotten 4 to 5 hours of sleep max a night. I'm sleeping between 6 and 7. I wake up, use the bathroom, but I go right back to sleep, which has never happened before, which is pretty awesome. I noticed a higher level of happiness. I also noticed that I wasn't taking naps. I had more energy. I was more in the moment with my kids. Like, we were laughing more. We were more excited. Every single person needs to feel this. I lost 10 pounds in 5 months.
This gorgeous power pack accelerates and elevates, including free gifts to Swift for daytime weight management. Plus, free shipping with promo code George. Accelerate, elevate, free gift to Swift, and now free shipping for one exclusive special price with George's Power Pack. Order now at HealthyLooking.com or toll free 800-394-9930. That's 800-394-9930. Jump on board now for better focus, less stress, a great full night's sleep, and weight loss with George's Power Pack exclusively at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com. Tax-season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place. Getting emails, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix this during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com. What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Greg, the best-selling author and star in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are off track have shifted money with this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. All you can cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020. And welcome back to Coast. Richard Lewis with us, Paranormal Christian, his series of 2 books. And they're different and related, aren't they, Richard?
Well, they are, George. So the first book, I kind of start out with the foundation of the faith and the paranormal and how it all began. And I speak about the angels, the hierarchy of angels, demons, and then we get into more esoteric subjects as we move into book 2. Then we start talking about after-death communications, near-death experiences, ghosts, aliens, UFOs. I spend about 20% of book 2 talking about UFOs, so that's something to take note of for people that are into that conversation. But both books are very well researched. There's over 700 references in book 1, along with hundreds of Bible references, and in book 2, same thing, nearly that many references, and they're both well over 400 pages, very meaty books. Plenty to sink your teeth into, plenty to think about.
There's a Pentagon report that came out a few months ago that said that it's possible that there's a mothership going around the planet sending little probes down our way. What do you think?
talked about that and what it means. I mean, there's been talk of the secret space program for a long time, and speaking for myself, not for as a Space Force employee, but these are my own opinions and not those of the DoD or Air Force or Space Force. But it is out there. People wonder about these things, but then are they extraterrestrial or are they simply our own stuff that we don't know about? Then risk of skunk works, where with Area 51, where all our high tech, machinery came from, the F-117, the B-2 bomber, all these great things that are not now old technology, but we're responsible for a lot of UFO sightings in the past. He said that there were things 50 years ahead of anything that we know about, and there's a $50 million black budget that we don't know about, and so who knows what we're building out there.
Mary in New Jersey, take it away, Mary.
Oh, hello, everybody. Listen, I have a question, and this is, I'm trying to remember, I can't remember. But in the book of Revelation, the 4 living creatures down the sun of Pakistan, each have a wheel. Are wheels mentioned elsewhere in the Bible? I can't remember.
Well, there's several points in the Bible that it talks about the chariots of Israel, and they seem to be some sort of flying propagation craft. But those are pretty much the wheels. And as we talked about earlier, this idea of spiritual beings, going forth and coming to aboard some type of a craft isn't necessarily accomplished with
from Louisiana. Hello there, Quinn. How was your weekend?
Yours, it was the best weekend of all those LSU, Denver Tigers won the championship against the Iowa Hawkeyes. So I'm so happy we have a national championship.
that's great.
Anyway, my dad was in the Red Sox also. He was British and the Kennedy Party. North Koreans and Communist Chinese. I don't know if you ever heard about the God Judge the Gold Man, the Bible verse, the Big Standard, down in the Bayou and Jingles, and the Pillow Boy Network. Just don't take the monster piece. You need the salvation if you take the monster piece. Now, I've been telling George and Connie and all the listeners and callers, Richard, that we're in the end time, there's no rapture, nothing like that, that we're the occupied till Christ comes back. Now, Dr. David Benson said, he also accused the name of Jesus Christ, that these aliens and stuff like that will disappear. But you have to believe in Jesus Christ, and that is my Lord and Savior. Today is the third day of the month, it's Monday, so I use Proverbs as, you can use that for every day of the month. It says 31 days, 28 and 29. I use the Lord's Prayer and the prayer of protection, which is Psalm 91. So my question for you, Mr. Rick, do you believe that we're in end time? And do you believe, and I think the Lord will be put out within the next 5 to 10 years. Thank you, and God bless you, George, and Coast to Coast AM.
All right, thank you. Go ahead. Yes, really appreciate Cornelius. So I'm glad he brought that up because you've been talking about books 1 and 2, George, but I'm also working on book 3, and I want to, in book 3, devote more time to eschatology, which is the study of end times and the last days, because among so many of our Christian community, this is really the topic is yours, and that's really what people want to know. And to answer your question, Cornelius, yes, we are in the last days. I mean, but here's the thing. We've been in the last days for a long time because the day of Pentecost in the book of Acts, Peter stood up and said, indeed, the last days. So we have already been in the last days. And people are looking for Jesus to return on the clouds, but he also told, his persecutors, he said, from now on, he will send he's coming on the clouds. So we've been in the last days for a long time. Now, as far as the market of the beast goes, the reason why he talks about it being on the forehead is really because I think it's something that you take in your mind. And it's not something that will be taken against your will. And I don't think there's any reason to be afraid of that. But there are concerns. but the Antichrist, all these kind of things, we've got many Antichrists. The ancient church teaching figured out through the numbers that we were talking with 666 about near fear, and this goes along with the first persecution of the church. So many of these things that we think are about to come have already happened. The AD 70, the fall of the temple that Jesus prophesied, which already happened. There's so many things in the book of Daniel have already happened. And there will be an end, and like you said, we're kind of holding on until that happens, but no one really knows. I mean, that's the key to understanding is you just take it day by day. It could be 5 minutes, it could be 5 million years, we don't know.
We don't. Next up, let's go to Greg in Mount Shasta, California. Hey, Gregory, go ahead.
Yes, hey, thanks, Richard and George. Appreciate you taking my call. And with that in mind, I just want to kind of light on what the realities are of the dead according to the scriptures. That in Ezekiel 18:20, that's chapter 18, verse 20, says, the soul that is sin and it itself will die. And then Ecclesiastes 9:5 says, the living know that they will die, but the dead know nothing at all. And finally, Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 19 through 20 says, for there is an outcome for humans and an outcome for animals. They all have the same outcome. As the one dies, so the other dies. And they all have but one spirit. So man has no superiority over animals, for everything is futile. All are going to the same place. They all come from the dust, and they all are returning to the dust. With that in mind, I was just wondering what you thought of those three scriptures and how it portrays that the soul that dies and is conscious of nothing at all.
Right. Well, I don't think that's what's actually being taught there, because if you look at the Hebrew word ruach, which is the word for spirit, and it's used sometimes for God's spirit, it can also be used for human spirit and also for animal spirit. So we all have the ruach, we all have that animating spirit after we die. So, but that doesn't mean that the spirit itself dies. The soul, we talked about that earlier, soul, spirit, and body. The soul, the spirit progresses on, that which animates in this particular life with this body, does go into the ground. And as far as the dead know nothing, the Bible teaches that God is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He's the God of the living, not the God of the dead. All scripture is inspired by God, and so you have to be able to correlate this together and harmonize it, because you can't, make a faith system based on just picking and choosing scriptures, and that's how we get, dangerous sects and extremism and stuff like that through those kind of viewpoints. Like anything that doesn't resonate with love and hope and faith is something to call into suspect. So, yeah, I don't believe that the Bible teaches it quite that way. And if you look at, the case of Samuel and Saul, and how Samuel was raised to speak to Saul from the dead, and he was talking, and he said, why did you disturb me, Saul? And that was a case of mediumship in the Bible, which it wasn't allowed, but it happened. God did allow it. And you look at the Transfiguration, where you had Moses and Elijah both come and speak to Jesus. So these are not dead people. I mean, they are dead, but it's more of like a separation. It's like if somebody moves out of a state and goes to another state, they call you on the phone. They're not dead. You don't see them. There's invisible electrons that are making their voice communicate with you, but they're still alive. So possibly you can't see them or feel them or touch them.
Next up, we've got Jim in Delaware. Take it away.
It's a good way to start off Holy Week.
Anyway,
That God is just so before me. That's the Jehovah's Witness story. My sister's one. Anyway, the thing is we reincarnate. We reincarnate life after life to get better and more pious and closer to God. Why?
why is that?
Well, Jim, I can see why you say that, and every generation makes that observation, but I don't really think things are getting worse. I actually think things are getting better, and if you believe in reincarnation, which many of us do, I do, but you come into this life with a certain amnesia. Now, there's great stories of children with past life memories, but those will fade pretty quickly. And it's because it would interfere with your present life if you knew, too much about your past life. It would be distracting. Those lessons are for then, and now this is for now, and then the spirit it receives them, but then in the consciousness we don't have it here. So I think honestly the world is getting better. I mean, life is we're doing a lot of things to alleviate suffering. More people are being fed. Diseases are being cured. I think actually life is getting better. I have kind of a positive outlook on that.
Are you going to write a Paranormal Christian #3?
Yes, sir. We're already working on the Paranormal Christian book 3, and I definitely want to spend a lot of time talking about this matter of eschatology and end things and in the last days, that kind of thing, because that's what so many Christians are interested in, and I haven't talked a lot about that in my other books, and I think there's a lot of misunderstandings that I can help people with and help them feel a lot better about what's happening and what is to come.
It's on caller Ann in La Crosse, Wisconsin. Let's
Your guests in this room who are hurting, who are nervous, who are worried, who can't follow the truth, they're up. Please call Jesus out to help you, but you must be specific and ask him to give you peace or to give you calm or to get rid of that specific immenseness by name worry that you have, and within a few minutes you will receive that calm and peace. But I just wish to state that some years ago I was reading a Bible of the Ecclesiastes where it says that vanity, vanity, all is vanity, there's nothing new under the sun. So I asked in my mind, what about my soul? Is my soul new? There's nothing new, or is it old? It said, read that again. Vanity, vanity, all is vanity, there's nothing new under the sun. So it was more or less telling me that my soul is not new. There is nothing new under the sun.
Yeah, and I think that's a very interesting observation. In fact, it's one I haven't heard before, but it's kind of a proof text for reincarnation too. And King Solomon, when he wrote that, he was kind of kind of a cynical mindset with the things that he saw in life, and
I'm actually putting them on Twitter there. And where 2022 logo. That's how the official kind of logo. I want you to be able to bask in this award for the entire 365 days. But how can I help you?
Where do people get your book again?
You can get my books at my website, which is richarddlewisauthor.com. Again, that's richarddlewisauthor.com. And of course, they're also available on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, any place that you can buy books, you'll find my book series there.
Thank you, Richard, for being on the program. Keep in touch when #3 comes out, okay?
Oh, yes, sir, will do.
Up next, we're going to talk about heal your ancestral roots, releasing the family patterns that simply hold you back. So make sure you're part of the program. And here's our final emerging artist for the month. The group is called the Ground Zero Boys from Clinton, Connecticut. Reincarnation Request, the name of the song.
That's amazing. Excellent. I got a list of awards proposed. So anything from best NFT, best NFT founder, best DJ, and all different times. I really think we have to limit the amount of questions that we have from about to publish that. And little by little we'll work on it. Thank you so much, Karina. I will definitely be in touch with you on that.
With a heart that's hard to crack. I never chose to become a gambling addict, but what I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text support to 53342, brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
On the podcast, Inner Cosmos with David Eagle, the Stanford neuroscientist explores how brain science intersects with our lives, passions, and behaviors. This deep dive into the unexpected facets of our brain science will help you to see the world differently. I'm going to explore the relationship between our brain and our experiences by tackling unusual questions.
I think that's a phenomenal idea. And Twitter Spaces is getting a growing platform. So it's beautiful
bother.
Hell yeah, the same OG. I'm letting the whole stream know about you. And also, if anybody else out there hears this, collaborate with Same OG. He is a real dude, knows what's up. Thank you so much, Same OG. You are a fantastic person.
7 or more units of alcohol per week
Stop it.
is associated with higher iron levels in the brain.
Well, iron's good. Not in the brain. Oh,
Jerry and Janet.
I forgot. What are we talking about?
Cognitive decline. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on JFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. There's no place in here to keep headphones, is there?
No, we have to take our belongings with us when we leave and bring them back in the morning.
I think I'm going to go to Vaughn and I'm going to steal one of those little kid carts that they allow you to push around. Baby cart, and have that to store our stuff in. Jerry and Janet.
I don't think you should steal a shopping cart, though.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. My grandfather bought a Chevrolet Capri, and it was the first one that he, if he didn't wear the seatbelt, he cut him out of the car. He put the seatbelt out, he cut all the seatbelts out of the car. It was a Tim Conway Jr. show, and he put them with clasp into the other class, so that that was stop working. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Go on Instagram at Conway Show.
Would you put a video of smell in your bag?
Oh, was that okay?
Oh, yes, no. That would just smell probably the bag.
Hey, God.
Oh, no, not again.
But it does smell genuine leather. It's a high-end bag. It's the Tim Conway Jr. show, and I know because it's not, so I can pick out a tape. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. There is a Russian analyst who says that Putin intends to take us all with him because you're going to do a supply check in my country tonight. He's going to make sure I have everything.
Then we should go and check it out, in case we want to touch in.
I'm not going anywhere with the cocoa. I'm going to be vaporized, yes. You're going to be a pile of smoking rules. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I wanted to be an undercover cop because of Johnny Depp.
Oh, okay. And what happened with that? You didn't see it through, did you?
I couldn't get in with the high schoolers. Hey, fellow kids. Jerry and Janet.
I think you could.
Not with this airline. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We have to take the trains to be cool because all of the bodily fluids, because all those bums have death all over the train. So don't forget the land. And God knows what other bodily fluids are the family feud for. For all the Chicago the big one. You're right. Yes, right. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. And we have a new flavor, the radio flavored Coca-Cola. That should be their next time. That's right. Candle World. Oh, no. Oh, do you want a soda that tastes like Bill Handle? Bill Handle. I don't even want to go there. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We'll help you figure it out. It's what we did.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Hello, Morongo. National Food Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday too. Now I'll just top reasons to visit home.
Stop crazy. You're paying money, pocket money, and come out.
Number 2,
The legendary Baby History live this Friday.
and the number 1 reason.
Tickets this Sunday is 1 to 10,000 to Raven. You will earn 500 points on your Sports Cards for 10 to 11.
No longer Good Time. Looking to sell your valuable toys, high-end jewelry, collectibles, and fine art? Use Cindy. You've been around the block when it comes to buying and selling jewelry.
I buy jewelry to resell. I've been very tangible for about 6-7 years.
Tangible just saves more.
Here's a great example. You shop on a bracelet. I shopped it around for the offer. You took for the offer. 100. I bought it for tangible and gave me $475 for it.
More cash, more respect.
Tangible, preaching as well.
Tangible investment owner Phil Eastonova has become America's top dealer in toys, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Phil guarantees you'll get more.
Everything I've heard about them on the radio is true.
Call now for a no obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. This is market support. Roger, and I. Chief Marketing and Communications Officer of Mass Line Lady. This is the customer service office space. That's the parameters that you make up office. We listen and love to find your body and fit space at its best in school. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influences, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
It's not a liberal conservative problem. Decriminalizing it should come with some forced treatment. We can't force you to treatment. Well, we should start doing that. We've all seen this intervention on A&E. The people who love them the most force them into treatment. If you're a politician in LA and you love the homeless so much, why are you letting them kill themselves?
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. KFI, AM 640. KFI, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640.
I may not always love you, but there are times without you. Do not think without it. I need you closer without you. God only knows what I do. If you should ever leave me, well, like a girl, I'm leaving. The words that you're nothing to me. So I said, what you to me? God only knows what I do without
Premier Network presents Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Many people find themselves feeling stuck, unable to reach their goals in life. Well, we're going to try to help you in a moment as we talk about heal your ancestral roots, release the family patterns that hold you back. This banking crisis really has depositors and investors in a frenzy. If you have not done so already, now might be a great time to diversify because as the financial markets have become more volatile, as banks have shed over 20% of their value overnight, gold has appreciated. That's right, gold historically performs well during times of high turbulence and uncertainty. You can purchase gold or silver and have it shipped directly to your home, fully insured, at BullionMax.com/post. And right now, Bullion Max will cover the shipping on any order over $199 when you go to BullionMax.com/post. No one knows when this current crisis will end or the long-term impact.
You can have some peace of mind by diversifying some of your savings. Whether you're looking for a silver starter kit, like so many Coast to Coast listeners have already purchased, or maybe you want a couple ounces of gold to safely store in your safe. Find it at bullionmax.com/coast, where you can start protecting your savings today.
While you wait for your tax refund, switch to Consumer Cellular and see your savings add up. Switch today and save up to $250 a year. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switch immediate. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about drop calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by the 100% risk-free guarantee. Join millions of others to switch. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25, and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. That's promo code radio25.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. We're going to try to help you today, members of your family as well. Here's our guest, Anuradha Dayal Guledi. Her book is called Feel Your Ancestral Roots. Anu, welcome to the program.
Thank you, George. Thank you for having me on your show.
You have the longest name I've ever tried to pronounce, by the way.
Yes. Yes. It's both my last name, my husband's last name, and the long first name as well.
You started off in economics. You have a PhD in economics. How did you get involved in transformational?
Well, it was a linear path, and I think at some level it was meant to happen. But when it did, it happened in a very, very traumatic way. I had a health problem, and I had to go into the ER. And, I came out thinking, this is it, get back to my life as usual. But then one night, out of nowhere, I had to go back into the ER. And I remember feeling really scared at that time.
Did you think this was it?
I thought, I don't know what's happening, but I didn't have this feeling like that feeling of despair. But when I had to go in the third time, that's when I started to feel like this sense of despair creeping over me. And, am I going to come out? Am I going to be okay? And I could tell from the doctors around me that they didn't really know what was going on. But I had a very dear friend, and she was into alternative methods of healing. And she came to see me in the hospital, and she held my hand, and she looked at me, and she said, Anu, how many times are you going to go through this? What is it going to take you to change? And her words still ring in my ears today. And I would literally will myself out of the hospital, and that's when I started
to yourself.
She had this amazing Chinese medicine doctor that she knew. And she's been talking about him for a long time. And when I started to get sick, when I went into the ER the first time, when I went in the second time, she was like, you need to go see him. And I was like, no, I'm going to see the doctor. Like, I know what's going on. And, this is just too far out. But of course, things make you change. You get hit on the head, and you're like, what do I need to do differently? And so I found this amazing Chinese medicine doctor, and I also discovered flower essences. And those two things together changed the trajectory of my life. And I think more important than that, George, that whole incident, when I look back, it showed me how important hope is in our lives. And that's going on, we are never powerless.
Now, the subtitle of your book, Anu, is Release the Family Patterns That Hold You Back. What does that mean?
It's the idea that, how you might really sometimes want something in your life, like a relationship, or personal success, professional success, a career goal, and you feel like you're doing your best, you're working the hardest at it, but something just needs to stop. It's as if what you want feels elusive despite your best effort. And so what I want to share with people is that what you're feeling, the problem you're dealing with, may not have originated with you. And these are the ancestral energies that are making their presence felt, and they show up in these patterns of feeling stuck in certain areas of your life. And that's why I wrote the book, because I wanted people to have this roadmap of guide in how they could identify and release these patterns.
Was it an easy transition for you, Anu, to go from economics to where we are today?
I think there's two parts to it. The first part was, being an economist, you're trained to look at a problem, you're trained to search for solutions, you're looking at patterns. And so when I was starting to listen to clients and I was listening to them, listening, in between the lines for what they're feeling, where are these patterns showing up, what are the emotional patterns, or where have these patterns existed before. Being an economist sort of laid the groundwork, is perhaps laid the seed of what I was going to do later, because I started to look for getting to the roots of the problem that people were facing. But the other challenge was the work I was doing was so far out. So for a long time, I just did it from people. I did it from the academic world, my academic college people who knew me. It's like, I don't want anyone to find me and know what I'm doing. So it took a long time to integrate these different parts of my life.
Do you think they would have freaked out if they knew what you were up to?
Yes, for sure. And as the book comes out, there are people who are really getting to see what I've been doing all these years, so that you know.
Well, explain exactly what is an energy practitioner and transformational coach.
So I think the kind of energy practice that I do is, at some level, everything is energy, which is essentially a kind of frequency. And in the work I'm doing, I'm looking at emotion as an energetic frequency. And in terms of family, we see family as an energy field. And what is it an energy of? It is the energy of unresolved emotions, things that are unresolved. And yet at the same time, it is a field of ancestors, not just your parents, grandparents, but in many traditions it's considered that this energy field goes back up to 7 generations before you, and this affects you. So that's the kind of energy we're talking about. The energy of emotions, the energy of unresolved feelings, of unresolved wanting to make amends for what might have happened.
How do you tap into this to help heal people?
So, the longest healing journey yours is really from the head to the heart. Because at the intellectual level, you can understand a lot of things. You can recognize maybe, say for instance, you get angry thoughts, or you tend to, have some other issues. But then to go intellectually to shifting the emotions that are causing that behavior, or causing that response pattern, whether it's stress eating, whatever it could be, that is a really long journey, and we often don't have the tools for it. There's a lot of emphasis on meditation, mindfulness, but even then, what can we do that really supports us? And that's where I feel like I use flower essences as a healing modality, and I find those really allow the change to happen in a very gentle, gradual way. But they actually create change.
Are you at liberty, Anu, to tell us What was wrong with you when you went in the hospital 3 times?
Well, I had a miscarriage, and when I had to go in a second time, my gynecologist said, something had been left inside, but in 25 years of practicing, he had said it had never happened before. And when I went in the third time, they really didn't know why I was in there. They couldn't tell me what was wrong, because I was bleeding heavily, but they didn't know what was wrong.
Now, with this transformational ability, how did you stop all that?
Well, at that time, I went to the Chinese medicine doctor, and he's the one who, assured me that I was going to get a case. And he started me on a herbal regimen, and that's when I started to feel. Because I was in a really fragile phase, from grief, from loss, from fear. So there was a lot of emotion.
Was it the herbs that healed you, or was it your mental ability?
It started with the herbs, and I started to get better. And there was also a little store. I used to drive past it on the way to and from work. And I had moved from Washington, D.C. to Chicago to be with my husband to follow his career. So I had given up my own job. I had given up work that I really loved doing. I lost my support network, my friends, and I moved. And I was feeling all of these feelings of resentment, of bitterness. I was really busy, as a mother, as a spouse, as volunteering in the school. I was doing all of those things. But I was, at some level, just really angry and unhappy. And when I walked into the store, they had these little bottles at the back of the wall. And I remember asking the woman who worked there, what are these? And she asked me how I was feeling. And it was a really long time since someone had asked me or really wanted to know anything about how I was feeling.
Yeah.
And she explained what these essences were. And when I started to take them, I started to feel this shift. I started to feel the feelings of anger, of resentment. And I started to shift. My spirit lifted. I could feel like I could engage now with my life. And that's what really got me hooked on the flower essences, because I discovered how
On their children, they're not happy.
I think a lot of us are not happy. In fact, actually, there were, researchers at the University of Glasgow in Scotland, and they said there are 4 primary emotions: fear, anger, sadness, and joy. And I think a lot of times we want joy, but we're really circling in the first 3.
By not having joy, do you get sick?
I think so. This is what I believe. And it's not just joy, it's having peace, contentment, acceptance, harmony, forgiveness, gratitude. It's a whole range of emotions. It's expanding our emotional spectrum from, a really narrow range to much bigger range.
Do negative people bother you? I don't like to be around them.
I couldn't be around negative people before. It really bothered me. But not now, because I see the negativity coming out of something that needs to be seen, needs to be expressed. So it doesn't bother me anymore.
But I bet you would rather not be around them than be.
Yes, I would rather not be around them. But earlier when my energy used to drop, now I can maintain and protect my energy. And I think that's been a big shift.
Give us an example of how you've been able to help people see that. And heal is not just physical, it's also mental, isn't it?
In fact, actually, because I trained in the U.S. with flower essences, we don't actually say that they work at a physical level, but we can say that they work at an emotional level. And to explain actually how this works in conjunction with ancestral healing, maybe I can just share a story about a client.
Sure. No names necessary.
No.
Unless you look at the star and you want to know who it was.
Yeah, I know. So I had this woman, this really lovely woman, and she called me from Canada because she heard about my work and what I was doing. And she called me because her son had told her and said that he was going to quit his job. And she was really upset because she recognized that this was an ancestral pattern. She was the primary breadwinner in her family. Her two daughters were the primary breadwinners in their family. And as we talked, she realized that this pattern extended back to her mother and her grandmother, maternal grandmother. So there's nothing wrong with a woman being a primary breadwinner, but it was that the men were not really carrying their weight in the relationship. That was the issue. And as we talked, she discovered she was carrying these feelings towards, her father, grandfather, her son-in-law, like this anger, this resentment, and also feeling of shame. So what we started to do is to shift those emotions, work with releasing them, and also working with her ancestral energy field by honoring her ancestors. And also stopping trying to fix her son, trying to let it go. And as she started doing the practice, as she started to become much more peaceful, and then one day the son called her and he said, "Mom, I just want to let you know I've gone back to work and I don't know what I was thinking. I never want to do this again." Now she was scared. And don't get me wrong, I was scared. But when I heard the words, I don't know what came over me. I never want to do this again. That to me was a sign that the family energy had shifted. The pattern had shifted. And that's how powerful I see this work can be. That people can feel their family patterns. What's been going on for decades, generations.
When does it shift? Does it shift in a big way?
So in the case of this young man, it shifted. He went back to work. But, at some level, all these shifts, they don't make a big sound. You have to notice them. It's very quiet.
Gradual sometimes.
It takes time to shift. Depending on the extent to which, we underestimate the power we have. He didn't do anything, he didn't ask anyone else to change. He changed, and then the world around her changed.
How many people are practicing?
What do you mean by how many people are practicing?
In terms of percent. Are there many doctors like yourself or professionals like yourself?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I think a long time ago when I just certified, I saw that there were about 400 in the world. But I think since then it's much more. It must be much more now.
And what do you mean?
I think when you start to notice what is going stuff in your life, and you look and see whether this is a pattern in your life, and then start to explore, like, who this happened to before me? You can start to see if this happened to a family member before you. It may not necessarily be right in the generation above you, and it could be, it could have skipped a generation.
We're going to come back in a moment and talk more with you on these. Your website should link up at coasttocoastam.com. The official website of Coast to Coast AM is coasttocoastam.com. Log on now.
tennis. In the KFI 24-hour newsroom, 2 men have been fatally shot in Hollywood. 2 suspects still on the loose. Police say it was a shots fired call at Sunset of the Brea. They found 1 person dead, another died at the hospital. Investigators say it started as an argument when 1 person pulled out a gun and opened fire. The 2 suspects fled on foot. A rally for Donald Trump turned into a fight and 2 people were arrested. It happened Saturday at the Huntington Beach Pier. Skateboarders and Trump supporters got into an altercation. About 50 people attended the rally for Trump. And the California snowpack has surpassed an all-time snowpack record. California Department of Water Resources says snowpack is now 297% of its yearly average. That's surpassed the record set 40 years ago. Right now, more than half the state is now considered to be free from drought. Southern weather from KFI, mostly sunny, gusty winds, highs in the 50s to low 60s. Right now it's 53 in Louisville, Linda, 51 in Mission Viejo, 50% of Florida, and 54 in downtown LA. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Pennant.
The highway thing was getting tweaked just a little bit heading into downtown LA. The 2-car crash in the slow lane of 110 northbound just before the San Salamanca freeway. There's car down in the San Diego freeway in the Van Nuys north travel across 450 Boulevard. It's on the right shoulder, but it's also blazing away. You got a breakdown on the Santa Ana freeway in Anaheim. Stalls are blocking the right lane. This would be on the side of northbound just before Lincoln Avenue in Anaheim. Okay, why are you trying up to get to there faster? A narrow road. A light source system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap. It filters out chlorine and other contaminants, retaining healthy minerals. A light source system is maintenance-free, no filters to change, no salt, no servicing. They install it, you forget it. Own a light source water system for only $75 per month on approval of credit. This ends April 30th. Call 800-803-2696. 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com.
The House Money Podcast helps you live a richer life. We're teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number 1 rule of cheap travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Borrowing might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right? When you take the tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it to come up with money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
You should choose your air purifier like your life depends on it because, well, it's your choice. The recent Ohio chemical disaster showed us toxic air threatens our health. ViralRabbi is the next generation in home air purification. It's specifically designed to wipe out airborne viruses, germs, and chemicals known to cause allergies, illness, and difficulty breathing. Even toxic fumes from the recent train derailments were no match for ViralRabbi. A single ViralRabbi unit removed 99% of the dangerous compounds that were found at the homes near the chemical disaster. If it can clean the air after a toxic spill, imagine how it can help keep your family healthy. Only ViralRabbi comes with a free air quality monitor. Visit ekpure.com and use the promo code Conway for 10% off your ViralRabbi home purification unit. Plus, you get the free air quality monitor and fast free shipping. That's $150 savings. Visit ekpure.com, promo code Conway. ekpure.com, promo code Conway.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI, AM 640. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Today, sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
There were bells on a hill, but I never heard them ring. No, I never heard them at all. Till there was you. There were birds in the sky, but I never saw them ring. No, I never saw till there was you. And there was your dream, Franklin Meadow, out gone, and there was love all around, but I never heard it sing. No, I never heard it at all, till there was you. Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll take your calls next hour with Anu as we talk about healing your ancestral roots, making yourself better. Share some stories with us. Ask the question as well. ViralRabbi.com keeps cruising along, 160 people shy of 158,000 signed up members.
And a little reminder, like-minded folks 60 plus are waiting for you right now at ParanormalBase.com/seniors. Now these are folks that think like you do, they relate to you. You should have a lot of fun. So ParanormalBase.com and ParanormalBase.com/seniors. At ParanormalBase.com, you meet the most fantastic people.
Hi, I'm Tom. Hi, I'm Jennifer. I'm going to be here.
Yeah, I'm getting some of your experiences.
How so?
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and the paranormal. It's that kind of stuff. But you can't find anyone who's it.
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Okay, guess that's not your cup of tea. You sure?
Yeah, good luck with that.
I can't leave anyone in a house and good can find a website for my unique interest. What is one of you? Have you thought about ParanormalBase.com? No, what? Who are you? I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's ParanormalBase.com. It's a website for people looking for people like them. Nothing like, remember? You're kidding. I'll give it a try. Well, let's try this again. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hey, I'm Deb. Your profile on ParanormalBase.com looks very interesting. So you really saw a UFO?
Well, yeah. It was so intense. But not as intense as me and you.
You're an alien chasing flirt, but I kind of like it.
Wow, this ParanormalBase.com thing really works. Maybe ParanormalBase.com is for you. People with an interest in things they hear on George's show find their match daily. So if you're looking for that special someone with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and of course, the paranormal, come to the dating site inspired by George Norrie. It's always free to search, and if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code George for a great discount. ParanormalBase.com. You are not alone.
Marvelous Entertainment and author Margaret Sunderland has released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggott's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels at the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com.
Maxwell to this strategy and who you compare my bet because always must be allergic to chicken nut of that heats the brain. Third bet, he says it's the weather. Then somebody said, if he took the wheel and the dog stopped missing, the hair stopped falling out, the dynamite is part of Maxwell's diet. Dynamite, how happy this dog will be. While you wait for your tax refund, switch to Consumer Cellular to see your savings add up. Switch today and save up to $250 a year. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fee. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others to switch. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
Hey, and welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with Rabbi, Dial, Gulati, as we're talking about related to healing your ancestral roots. Have you ever come into a phase where you didn't think you were going to be able to help them, Anu, and you did?
George, I think that always every kid in their life, because every time I think I'm going to help someone, again, I can feel overwhelmed. So I always leave it to their ancestors to be doing the healing work and to the flower essences to doing the healing work. So I don't feel, so I just let it unfold. Because what the universe can do for them is way more than what I can do for them. And that's how I find that healing happens in the most amazing ways, in ways that I don't know. Because what I'm offering to them is the power of change that comes from sitting in their internal guidance system, tapping into their own inner wisdom and tapping into their reconnecting with themselves. And that's what guides them. So I just, offer and they start to feel the journey.
When we take calls with you next hour, I'm sure we'll get all kinds of stories, and you can give some people as much advice as you think you can, okay?
Okay.
Do you take clients?
I do.
How does that work?
Well, when I take a client in, I'm really just listening to them. I'm just listening to what brought them there, to me, what are they looking for, and what's going on in their life. And oftentimes, what I notice is it's a relationship. It might be a problem with a boss, with a colleague, with wanting to be in a relationship, leave a relationship, or deepen a relationship. It could be children, siblings. I mean, there's lots of things. But in the end, even if it's something else, it always comes down to the relationship. And research shows that, that's really what gives us meaning and fulfillment in life. When our relationships are working, we're much happier.
What about relationships with yourself? You're trying to make yourself better within yourself.
Oh. Yeah, it's so wonderful that you said that, because all of the dysfunctionality in our other relationships comes because we're disconnected from ourselves. At some point in time, when we are children, we're given messages like, you're too emotional, you're too sensitive, get over it. We're constantly given the message that our emotions don't matter. And so, instead of honoring our emotions, we look for signals from outside about how we should be feeling. And that's where our disconnection starts. And so I just focus on helping people.
EssenceHealing.com, which we have linked up at coast-to-coast.com. What are flower essences?
So flower essences we can think now healing on ancestral.roots.com. Even if you put in flower essence healing, it goes to a healing on ancestral roots. But you can think of flower essences as medicine from Mother Nature. And the earth is really our true mother, the mother of all mothers, mother of all fathers. And flower essences actually come from noticing the energy of dew. For thousands of years, dew was considered sacred. The Celtic, Druids, ancient Egyptians, ancient India, all used the healing power of dew. But, it's challenging the connection of dew. And in the 1930s, a British surgeon, Dr. Bach, he found a way to recreate the healing energy property of dew, and also to stabilize it so it could be used. So flower essences are really wildflower infusions of the energy properties preserved in water, in spring water with brandy. And that's really what it is. It's the energetic healing property of the flower. It recreates the property of dew.
What would you say is your biggest challenge in the work you do?
I think often when people hear that I use flower essences, they're thinking aromatherapy. But aromatherapy is with essential oils, and that's a steam distillation process, where you need a lot of flowers maybe to get, like for instance, you need a lot of roses to get like a teaspoon of essential oil. Flower essences are just the energetic property. They don't actually contain any part of the flower, and they are taken internally. So you have to take 4 drops 4 times a day. Essential oils are topical. You don't take them internally. So in some ways they operate differently. And the flower essences tend to be really targeted, very nuanced. For instance, when I was telling you that, we have these primary emotions, the doctor box is fear, and break it down into different kinds of fear. Fear you can name, fear you cannot name, fear for the people you love, paralyzing fear, there's shyness. So he then created flower essences for the different kinds of fear. And so because it's so nuanced, I feel it's very effective, much more effective than essential oils.
What would you say to daily practices to get better and better? What would they be?
My daily practices, I honor my ancestors. That's my one of my key daily practices. The second thing I do is I have an altar, and I stop at my altar every day. Because that's the place to express my gratitude.
Like a church altar? You built?
It's just a little altar at home, and I think, coming from India, it is something that I saw growing up. Almost every home has an altar, but I never understood it. And what I've come to understand doing this work is that an altar becomes a place where you can enter the energy of your home. And so it becomes a place where you can stop, you can express your gratitude, you can express your frustration, you can ask for help, you can ask for guidance. And it becomes a way in which you reconnect with yourself, you reconnect with something higher than you, bigger than you. And that allows you to, life is always challenging. It's not that the challenge ever goes away, but your capacity to deal with life's challenges increases. And that's what we really want. We want our capacity to increase.
How would you handle Anu that, let's say somebody has friends, they've all died, and it's emotionally destructive to that person, obviously. How do they overcome that?
I would say it's like a veil being passed over. And if you meet your friends, there are ways to honor them. And honoring them maybe is honoring their photographs, doing something in their memory. If someone was really dear to you, you could journal. So there's many ways in which to honor someone. Because I think we don't allow ourselves to grieve and to acknowledge how much someone could have affected us. And so making space for that, and making space for the act of remembrance and acknowledgement and honoring actually brings a lot of peace. And I would say, and it's a tremendously soothing essence.
Does it work?
It does. It does. There's another one called Love Lies Bleeding, which comes from the flower, Love Lies Bleeding. And that's another one, and you can see even from the name of it, that what is the energy like? We don't have that one.
How important is it for people to believe in the ability to make this work?
That's an interesting thing. I don't think you have to believe. I mean, when I started doing this,
You have. Of course.
I believe that, as an economist, I knew my colleagues didn't believe in it. My husband was a skeptic. But the amazing thing about these is that they work whether you believe in them or not. And what you find is your reaction to events, to people, that starts to shift. And you go, oh, if you start to notice, that's different, that's changed. And you can see very specifically your reaction to things. It's not a generalized, like, oh, everything is changed. Everything is are thinking in essence for something in particular, you notice your reaction to that has changed. And it's very simple. If you're scared of spiders, and you take linearist, which is the flower essence for fear of spiders, fear of anything you can name, fear of flying, you'll notice that starts to shift. It doesn't bother you as much. And then it finally stops bothering you.
And when you say you take the essence, what do you do with it? Eat it? Smell it?
You put it in, you take 4 drops 4 times a day. So the first time you take it in the morning when you wake up, last thing before you go to bed, and twice in between. And so what I normally do is I just put it in a water bottle that I carry around, or if I'm leaving the house, I just put the drops in there so I get the doses in between.
And what is it supposed to do to you?
The emotions have an energy, and that's like in our energy field, so it shifts the energy of those emotions. The chemist first was a neuroscientist, and she discovered that emotions have a frequency, and it's a deep essence of what was the frequency of that emotion. It missed it.
We're going to take your calls next hour with Anu, so jump aboard and share some of your stories, ask her a question or two. Dan Cohen is a PhD family constellation facilitator. What does that mean? What is the family constellation facilitator?
The family constellation is called therapy, but it's not really therapy. What it is instead is based on the idea that we talked about, that family is an energy field. So when someone is wanting an insight into their situation, you can ask or go for family constellation therapy. Everyone sits in a circle. This is what gets done in a group. So you sit in a circle, there's space inside the circle which is empty. And the client presents the problem, whatever they're struggling with or dealing with. And the facilitator, so for instance, Dan Cohen, might ask the client to choose someone to represent him. And so the client or her, and the client will choose someone to represent themselves. And then they'll be asked to choose members of their family that might be relevant to their situation. And what happens as people step inside the circle, as they're chosen to represent members of the family, they start to feel and think, and emotions come to them, emotions that those family members would have felt. And it doesn't matter if the family member is alive or not alive. The field makes those emotions present. And the client, because it's almost like walking a plane, you're watching yourself, you're watching the situation, so you get a perspective on your situation that you normally don't have. And that perspective is like a shift at the level of the heart. It's not just at the level of the intellect. It's just the level of the heart. And there's an opening, there's a sense of understanding that happens. And that starts the healing process.
What do you recommend to people who have difficult times, as so many people do, because we're human beings?
Being human is a huge endeavor. And honestly, I feel like the biggest thing someone can do for themselves is to reconnect with themselves. Because that's kind of where everything starts in childhood. We give away our power to trust ourselves, to believe in ourselves. And so healing requires a restoration of that belief in ourselves, in trusting ourselves. And that's when our healing journey can really begin and start.
Let's go. What a beautiful compilation. Thank you so
Are
much.
you happy with the progress that people make, your clients, for example?
Very much so. I think one of the most wonderful pieces of the work I do is when people will call and I don't hear for them from a while because, they're taking the essences, they're on the path, and then I'll get a call saying, I just wanted to let you know.
I just want to say for Price and Company, you guys are on the cutting edge of some really special technology, and I really think that this is going to make the NFT really blow up. I really wish that's it. I just think it's a phenomenal idea. We stay connected to smart speakers, and really, you're like first to market, and I know it. So congratulations on that.
It's just amazing when that happens to me. I'm just always amazed at how much change can happen. And that's to me the most rewarding part of what I do.
Mondo, have you ever had a client who was close to suicide and you pulled them back from that?
I'm not a trained therapist, so I always am listening for the loss of hope, because that's the most important thing. When we lose hope, when they're very self-critical, the study shows self-critical people are more likely to commit suicide.
We're going to come back and take calls with you next on Coast to Coast AM. Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. Hello, Rolando. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday too. Now your top reasons to visit home.
It's not crazy. We're playing many topic songs until now.
Number 2,
The legendary Golden Mystery live this Friday.
and the number 1 reason.
With a 600, there's not a chance to upgrade your rating. When you earn 500 points on your reward card, the 10th or 11th.
Rolando, New York Times. News live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night for the curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his feedback. His wife is down the strike. He's the Michelle throws an elbow. He's swinging for the couch. He could get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspired to sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. Just learn more at inspiredsleep.com.
Inspiring is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at inspiredsleep.com.
AM 640. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Navy ship on the move. I'm Bree Panic in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A U.S. Navy ship commissioned in Port Miami and Ventura counties now sailing to its home port in San Diego. The USS Santa Barbara is a fast-moving mission trunk vessel designed to operate near shore. It was a successful launch for SpaceX yesterday morning. The Falcon 9 rocket blasted off, carrying 10 advanced military satellites into orbit. It left from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. The satellites will help the military identify and track missiles. Police have seized 16,000 fentanyl pills during a traffic stop in San Bernardino. Officials say the estimated street value is over $320,000. Police say suspects have been arrested. Southbound lanes of the 5 freeway through the Grapevine remain closed but will reopen around 5 a.m. Caltrans is installing steel beams into the bedrock to prevent further land movement. Price of gas is on the rise again. AAA says the current cost of a gallon of regular gas in LA County now $4.87, and Ventura County $4.92, and you're paying $4.80 in San Bernardino County. Former President Trump says he'll speak tomorrow following his expected court appearance in Manhattan. NBC's Von Hillard has more.
Donald Trump is now announcing that upon his return on Tuesday after his arraignment, he will deliver remarks here at his private club at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida.
The former president was indicted on a number of charges related to alleged hush money payments to Stormy Daniels prior to his 2016 election. And 79-year-old R&B legend Diana Ross is kicking off her music legacy tour. Starts June 9th with 4 dates in SoCal. 12 dates released so far with the promise of more to come. She wins today, highs in the 50s to low 60s. Right now it's 53 in Lake Forest, POV to 55, 51 for Tarzana, and 50 in Malibu. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
We still have a problem on the harbor figure heading in Farrington, LA. It's the northbound 110 before the 10. The problem in Chico Rivera. This could be on the 605 freeway. There's a crash blocking the left lane. Go down 605 before Whittier Boulevard. That is traffic flow from Washington Boulevard and Crossing Avenue. And then we also have a collision in Bellflower. This is on the 91 westbound Lakewood Boulevard. This crash is on the right shoulder. If I'm sorry, let's get to their faster. I'm there for. Your traditional investments aren't so great right now. So how about investing in assets that not only hold their value, but are just outright fun to own? Have you ever wanted a Rolex? Have you ever thought you could afford one? Well, let me suggest Bob's watches. Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, and a whole lot more. They have them all. Buy, sell, or trade. They have a huge inventory of luxury watches, free overnight shipping on all orders, and a great selection of vintage Rolex watches, too. Bob's Watches is a trusted online store to buy or sell modern and vintage luxury pre-owned watches, and all watches are 100% authentic and independently certified. And now you get $200 off. Google Bob's Watches and my name, Bill Handel. Click the link at the top to get your discount automatically applied to your order. Looking to sell your luxury watch? Get a fast and easy quote online from the watch experts. Google Bob's Watches and Bill Handel. One of the great things about little boys and little girls is when they grow up, they want to be just like you. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. So to moms and dads, aunts and uncles, and grandparents everywhere, remember this. The next time you get in the car and don't buckle your seatbelt, a little boy is watching. And when you decide to text or dial and talk while driving, a little girl is watching your every move. And when you head down the road with a beer or cocktail in the car, that little person next to you is taking it all in. In this life, you have an awesome responsibility for those children who love you the most and want to be you in every way. So make a pledge today to be a good role model to these kids and their friends, so that that little boy and that little girl get to grow up and be just. Visit CallThePeople.com for an office near you. You should choose your air purifier like your life depends on it because, well, it's just fun. The recent Ohio chemical disaster showed us toxic air threatens our health. The ViralRabbi is the next generation in home air purification. It's specifically designed to wipe out airborne viruses, germs, and chemicals known to cause allergies, illness, and difficulty breathing. Even toxic fumes from the recent train derailment were no match for a ViralRabbi. A single ViralRabbi unit removes 99% of the dangerous compounds that were found in the homes near the chemical disaster. If it can clean the air after a toxic spill, imagine how it can help keep your family healthy. Only ViralRabbi comes with a free air quality monitor. Visit eCleanSure.com and use the promo code Conway for 10% off your ViralRabbi home purification unit. Plus, you get the free air quality monitor and fast free shipping. That's $150 savings. Visit eCleanSure.com, promo code Conway. eCleanSure.com, promo code Conway. The people in prison committed the crime, period. And that's all that matters. They're telling their essentially doesn't matter they committed the crime. And gangs are in the business of crime. Done again, they don't do anything else but commit crime all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand.
That was great, Steve. Thank you so much. You're a great leader.
You
been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-GIGA.
KFI, AM 640. To talk to George Norrie, call the Wild Card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from East to Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And we'll be back with your calls and stories.
All right, ain't supposed to do that, son.
Coast to Coast.
That's what I talk about.
Marvelous Entertainment and author Margaret Sunderland have released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel marathon off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels into coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com.
Fortunately, is always issues looking cars was thinking what he had ball spots on his back. Already started seeing 40 improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynavite is nutrition. Dynavite is the best thing you can eat for your dog. How does your dog will be? I get my Dynavite at VINOVITE.com.
While you wait for your tax refund, switch to Consumer Cellular and see $50 a year. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fee. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about drop calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by the 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25. And for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. We are with Honorado Dial Bulati. We're talking about her latest book, of course, which is called Heal Your Ancestral Roots. We're talking about you and your clinical depression. What is that?
I think we can think of depression as a deep disconnection from ourselves and the feeling that things are not going to get better, and also a tremendous feeling of loss of maybe something that you want, something that you didn't have or couldn't have. It's often related to loss and disconnection.
In a big way, too.
Yes.
Most people have difficult times handling problems. How do you get them to calm down and handle it?
Big D, you're not the only one who's thought that. That's about the only way you can do it, but that's how you find out how everything sounds.
It's called home. And it's about coming home to yourself. And the first piece of that is honoring your ancestors, what you came from. And it's
The one you want. Tell them which one it is.
Telling you where that disconnection lives. And another very important piece of this whole process is to magnify your spiritual connection. We are connected to something bigger than ourselves. And if we can restore that connection, that also helps us. And the last is to engage with Mother Earth. Because our disconnection from Earth is also affecting us. If you think of something that's bothering you, and you go for a walk out in nature, or you sit in nature, you start to feel better. That's because the Earth absorbs our emotions, our toxic emotions, our negative emotions. So just reconnecting with Mother Nature also heals us. So there's all of these processes that bring you home. And home is where it's from where we interact out into the world that with all the relationships we're in.
We talked about the 3 episodes in the
hospital. Well, the biggest thing for me is maintaining a stream. I get throttled by my ISP. So that basically I can't have the kind of quality of stream that I would like, so I have quantity. So I have 6 different streams going, and throughout the week, I'm not exactly sure why, but I would get on YouTube, like 260 people who will watch the stream, and then right afterwards, no people will watch it. I don't understand why, if I'm like stuck in the algorithm or something like that. Essentially though, what, as you know, I'm really trying to create a time capsule for what we have going on in society. And within the current space, I have discussions of world peace with people on a daily basis. On Discord is where I found a lot of progress as well. So what I do on Discord, and I let people know this, that I am YouTubing, like I'm on YouTube, and then I'm YouTubing whatever it is we're discussing, and they're fine with that, or they leave. It's my space, so they basically can do whatever they want. And there are public debates, essentially. And people have these as, part of the archive. We have these Twitter spaces that that are recorded, that we archive as well. So really in the future, I think people will be able to kind of choose their own adventure with this. And when people have NFTs that were originally like JPEGs, and then you diversify it, and artists like you with audio, I'm someone who can do that as well with video. And my stream is essentially the world's largest NFT. It has everyone else's NFT in it, whether it's your specific audio NFT or Angry Ape Society, all of them, all the ones that, like, I don't even want to mention because I don't want to give them any more time than they deserve, but basically, it's essentially a snapshot of what someone's life is, but also what they went through. So like 2 months ago, I didn't know anything about NFTs. Now I'm a holder, didn't know anything really about crypto that much. I mean, I had it like maybe 10 years ago, but didn't really get into all the different types that there are. And essentially using AI, I really feel like you'll be able to edit this so that if you wanted, you could just hear what I was talking about NFTs, or just talking about cryptocurrency, or just talking about perhaps news. And I really am excited for AI to be able to improve the editing capability. I'm sure you're in the same boat to some extent with audio and what AI can do perhaps to make your job easier from an editing standpoint. Because you'll have a song, what, a 2, 3, 4 minute song that will take you hours and hours and hours perhaps to mix on occasion. And that just to me is too long. I really feel like we need to improve these editing capabilities. Don't you find yourself having to spend a lot of time editing?
The next day or the next couple days later.
It sounds like she has her act together on this.
Yes, and Cynthia, if you think about driving and that it sort of tires you, the balance that is down for feeling overwhelmed, and the feeling that you have to keep driving, and just re-examining what that message is and how it affects you. And we all arrive at places in our life where we shift from ambition to meaning and purpose. And as we make that shift, we're striving for us to shift and transform into more of service and surrender.
It definitely does, and I think that there will be more value in that in the future than we currently hold in society. What do I mean by that? In the future, AI will be able to essentially do every role in society. So whether it's customer service or a cashier, whatever, it will be taken over that role. So then it will put many people on a more even playing ground, essentially from what can you do. Essentially, I really think that artists and musicians particularly will have much higher value because they are what people crave, which is real, actual people performing the art, as opposed to all the AI that you're going to get. So I would say for someone to do something who is both in the Web 2 and the Web 3 space, and someone who is very talented, your future is very bright, and musicians and artists as well. In the future, I could actually see the 21st century where we are being a century of the artist, when perhaps like the previous centuries were about industrial labor and things like that. I hope that AI and robotics will free up people so that they can be more artistic and create more. With that, what do you think of the future for artists in society?
Because when we have repetitive thoughts, that's the end is a great one for that. And if something happens to you and you're not able to get over it, I would suggest honeysuckle, because the honeysuckle like helps us to release the memories of the past that are sort of hanging on to us. And if it was a traumatic event, you could try a combination flower essence, which is called post-trauma stabilizer. And it actually does what it does. It just calms it down.
Ah, tell me more about the altars you mentioned earlier. What do you put on it?
You know, there's two kinds of altars, and I talk about them in my book, actually. I talk about primarily the ancestral altar, because in many traditions, Native American traditions, and South America, there were ancestral altars. And Alberto Viondo is a medical anthropologist, and he found that, you know, in the Western tradition, we see ancestral altars as a way of worshiping the ancestors. But he said, you know, it's not about worshiping your ancestors. The altar is another way of anchoring the energy of the ancestors. And he said in the South America tradition, they had a saying was like, it's better to know where your ancestors are
I think they can
than to
enhance your
have
art
them
as well.
running amok
Currently,
and
I
ruining
mean,
your
actually,
life.
your art is very
So
different,
the
but like a lot
ancestral
of
altar
artists
is
who are
not
in the music
worshiping
space don't have the video aspect of it. You do. You understand how important that is. But for those smaller artists who maybe might not necessarily have the time or energy or knowledge how to edit as well as they want from a video perspective, I really feel that AI might be able to enhance their work by adding art to whatever they created, essentially so they can have their own music videos. I think there's a lot of value in people who can actually perform music live. And I think that will continue. Society will want to see that. It'll be like, well, anybody can do it on the internet. Anybody can do it in front of a screen. I still want to perhaps see it at a concert hall. Or I still want to perhaps see a picture or something like that. I think those are going to be hard to miss. There will be such a lack of this actual human connection that people will have that will make artists specifically very, very valuable. Or at least I hope.
It's just immensely powerful and healing. It's one of the things that gives us the capacity to handle life challenges.
Do you have a daily ritual or practices?
I do, and you know, daily prayers and contemplation are part of my daily practice. I find like it keeps me centered and grounded, and it allows me to be on an even keel. Most of the time, I also leave it like everybody else, but most of the time, it's expanded my capacity to deal with challenge. That's what I say it does.
Why are our ancestors so important?
Our ancestors, we are the part of our ancestors that lives on. If you think about it,
I'm in
There are
agreement with you. People will
250
want that human connection no matter what
mothers
it
and
is, whether
fathers
it's
through
sports,
7
television.
generations
I
that
think
needed to
that
have lived the
you may have a
beautiful
lot of
years
AI
today.
that may take over like
So
newscasts and things like that,
if we are
but I
the
can
part of
still
them that
understand
lives
how people
on,
still want to hear the
we
news
are
from a
the
real
part
person or
that
hear it
can
on the
make
radio from
amends.
someone
There's
just because they don't
something
want their entire life
unresolved
taken
for
over by
humans.
AI. Because at a certain point, you can
We
go through your
take on
entire
pieces of
day
what is unresolved
very
and
easily just
try to
watching
heal it.
television that is just
And when
dictated
we
to people,
heal
and
it,
none of it is real. And
we
then you totally
heal
lose a connection to
not
society
just
that people crave.
ourselves,
And so I
but
can
we
see
heal
at least
those who
media
came before
still
us.
keeping humans involved
And
at
don't
the
forget,
basic
our
level so
actions
that
on this
people still
earth
do have
plane
that connection.
affect 7 generations to come. So when we take action to heal ourselves, we heal 7 generations to come. And that's why this work becomes important.
Let's go to Brendan in Austin, Texas. Welcome to the show. Hi, Brendan.
Thank you, George, and Anuradha. Namaste. And I was curious because I've been delving into omniism and the truth of Hinduism and Christianity and all faiths, and so that made me really curious of it really
I think
connects
that
to India with
really,
the
what, long-form
experiences and knowledge
podcast
that
is
you have,
maybe
and
for the
also
2010.
if you don't want to
Long-form
touch on that,
video
I
logs
was
could
mainly
be
calling
for the
because
20s
what
once
advice do you have for
editing
families
is
with
feasible
are
so that it
dealing
can
with
just be done
generations
very
of
quickly.
suicide or addiction
Transcripts
or
can be
both?
generated in any language. Those are some really exciting
You
aspects
know,
of AI that for
thank you
which
for
I'm
all of
looking
your questions. And just to go to the
forward,
first one,
and I think the rest of
if
society
you
is as well.
move beyond
Sure,
religion,
ChatGPT
you'll
is really great,
find
and
that
DALI
the
is
journey
great,
of the
but when
spirit,
these start to enhance my
spiritual
life,
awakening, is
and
similar
not to say
across
ChatGPT
traditions.
doesn't, it absolutely does.
And
But when
that
people
is
start
what
seeing
I
AI and the
realized
benefits
when
of how
you
it can improve
start
their
on the
lives,
healing
I think
journey.
that's going to be a
The
really exciting part
insights
of
and the
society as
aha
well, where
moments that you get,
we're not so
they
afraid of
are
it. I see a lot
similar
of
across
pushback on
all
AI,
religions in the
particularly
mystical
from
traditions.
artists,
Going back to your
and I
question
think a
of
lot of artists think that they may
suicide,
have to be replaced, and I really have a more positive
it's,
aspect of that.
it's,
If you haven't, start
you know,
picking up
start the practice of
an
honoring your
instrument or start
ancestors.
trying to
Start that
remix music if
practice
you like, because
and
whatever
see
your
how
current
that
skills are, they're number one going to
divine
improve with time,
comfort
but
can
also
see them.
AI is going to be able to
So
enhance
that is
those.
a
So if
key
you're a
part
good
of
pianist,
healing all of this.
like the song that
Suicide
you're a
is like
great
an
pianist,
unresolved energy.
it'll be
And
able
if
to
I
take
was to
your
go
video
back and
editing,
ask
perhaps some
you
of
to
your music
explore
editing,
to
and
see
make
the
it easier
patterns,
for you. You still have that human
what
touch on it, which is going to
what were the
make what
emotions
people
or
want out of
events
your
that
art
led up
and
to it?
continuously
What
want
was the
your art because it's
interaction
coming
with the
from a real
mother,
person.
father?
It'll just mean
Those
that
are
you'll
the
have more
things that
time for the
start to
things that
play
you
out.
love
And I
in
would
life. And I'm
really
excited
urge
for that
you
society
to
as well.
explore those areas if you can and see the pattern across generations. Because Brendan, one of the things that happens when there's trauma in a family, families shut down in the expression of love. It's not that love goes away, it's the expression of that love that goes away. And then this creates this feeling of like, I'm not good enough, I'm not wanted, I can't go. So go back to exploring that.
Victim must be intense.
It is very intense.
What they go through thinking about it and going through it, or even attempting it.
Yes. Yes. And you know, these are the chapters that have happened before you. I think just making an ancestral altar and praying for all of those who have
Ross, the
gone
painter,
through
used to
such
call
a
him Happy Accident,
your
and
family,
that's
the
one of the
tragic
beautiful things
situation.
about art is
When
it's never
that
wrong.
time,
It's just
the
at a
grief will
certain
never
given time,
go
maybe
away,
subjectively to someone or
but by
some
honoring
organization's
it,
opinion, it
you
may not
open the
fit the
pathway
status
to
quo,
moving
but that doesn't
forward
mean generations
to
from now
healing.
might not think those are the really important things. Those happy accidents are some of the best things that we like about society. If you look at the current artists, a lot of times they'll keep in some of those like extra vocals because they like how that fit in the song, or they like the tone that it gave into a song, and it ends up being a happy accident or just those lucky coincidences, almost sometimes serendipity, how it enhances the song. I really think people will like that because those will be such rare moments because everything will be so generated that those moments of brilliance that maybe created a new thought, new way of thinking, a new type of artist, new type of art, or perhaps new type of genre of music, or whatever it is you may be doing. those would be the really special times. And hopefully people, because things are more well documented now, they'll be able to see that in motion. Essentially, like, oh, this is the moment where some even change their style because of the happy accident that happened.
Just out of control.
What's he going through, Anu? What kind of change in his life?
Everything's going out of control. Actually, focus on your spouse and take care of your spouse, because that's where the change is going to really come from. And start to look at who does this happen to before in your family, and where is it coming from?
It's probably coming from him. You're down inside. There's something wrong.
Yes, and look back at your relationship with him, and things that where you might have been giving away your power.
And I feel
try
like
to go back
those
to
are
that
some types
state
of creativity that AI
reframing. And one of the essays that will help you right
doesn't
now
currently have the capabilities of. It starts to perfect, where, you know, it's not going to necessarily make something rhyme off to like maybe an Eminem special artist will, or be off beat like Bob Marley, and it doesn't have that any type of easily could, and I'm not saying it won't in the future, but then again, it'll be, people will look at it and say this is computer generated, and I want something that's real, I want something that's part of history. And when the example you gave with Bob Marley is when people connect to a certain time and a certain place, when they can't do that with a computer.
Because you're the one closest on the ground to it, and tapping into your internal guidance will give you the strength to face it and decide what you need to do.
Anu, where do people get your book?
The book is available wherever books are sold at Barnes & Noble, Amazon.com, and my publisher, Innis Edition.
And your website, we have linked up at coasttocoastam.com.
Thank you. Here we are in
I have a question for private outlets we have this on YouTube, but is it possible to do video?
On Coast to Coast AM.
To find out where George Diori is speaking, go to the coasttocoastam.com website, scroll down to the bottom, and click George's calendar.
I'm Bree Kenneth in the Campfire 24-hour newsroom. A man trying to rescue a dog from a cliff in San Pedro got stuck and had to be rescued by LA Fire Rescue. Both the dog and the man are okay. Caltrans has shut down the northbound 5 freeway between Artesia Boulevard and Carmenita, 12 to restrike traffic lanes. It should reopen by 5 a.m. Former Arkansas Republican Governor Asa Hutchinson has announced his bid for the White House. The service says more tornadoes are coming to the Midwest, Texas, Oklahoma, and Louisiana. Severe weather alert expected Tuesday. Former President Trump says he'll hold a press conference tomorrow after his expected court appearance in Manhattan. He says it will happen after he returns to Florida. Downtime weather from KFI, mostly sunny, gusty winds, highs in the 50s to low 50s. Right now it's 55 in Buenos Park, Huntington Beach has 55, 51 for Ventura, and 52 in Northridge. Hearing local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kenneth.
Caltrans will take over stretch of the 10 and freeway in Buenos Park at the full freeway closure, always blocked on the 5 northbound between Knott Avenue and Wanda Boulevard until 5 a.m. Caltrans also looking at the reverse freeway in Agoura Hills to choose right lane for road stop, 101 westbound between Liberty Canyon Road and Tesco Road. And problem is resolved in the Pico Rivera actually clear the front northbound before Whittier Boulevard, all lanes open.
Well, thank you for that, and you answered exactly what I thought. What is the difference with the size of the fire? video files that people don't know are incredibly, oftentimes multiple devices in the audio. So we haven't seen this development. But I was thinking the same thing, if we could just video him or audio him and make that an NFT, that would be really, really valuable to people. And I could definitely see seeing that more. I'm excited for bandwidth to improve and to improve that hopefully it'll be easier for people to use video in any type of art. I personally always like to watch an artist play the music. That's always really interesting to me. And once you have those type of capabilities where it's almost instantly upload download, hopefully that we will have in the future, the sky's the limit for the type of art.
Sunlux.com. PSLV 10037.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join host Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets.
Little cheap travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, yeah. When you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Hey, always be sharp. For emergency backup power, there's only one name you need to know. Duffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator, an emergency rental, or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance service, Duffy Power has you covered. Go to DuffyPower.com, DuffyPower.com. That's DuffyPower.com.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI AM 640, ever again. Remember, a one-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm definitely going to do some fun because your skills are very high demand, and everybody's going to be wanting drill down the user because of this ability, where you can have an independent artist who is posting on Web3 but is able to use the smart features to be able to play with the right, like any old song that they put on the radio, really put NFTs in the literally.
Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free to each of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
On our next Coast to Coast program, we're talking about Heaven's Compass, how things turn out to be amazing for you. Looking forward to that. And then James Barney joins us to talk about, did somebody beat Christopher Columbus to the Americans? Maybe a lot did. So make sure you are part of the program. Of course, TurnOnMosaic.com is
The interviews of recent and past shows
This is all for free. Of course, Beyond Belief, that is our television program, and we'd love for you to sign up at beyondbelief.com. We sure would. If you head over to beyondbelief.com right now, we've got some ad-free episodes, and they'll give you access to free videos and much more. But you got to sign up. There is an ending on it. I think it ends April 8th. So head over to beyondbelief.com. And now stay healthy, build up your immune system.
You're exactly right. I've done what I can to bring all the world's art onto it. So we've listened to all the major religious texts of the world. So the Bible, the Quran, basically everything, maybe ancient texts into the modern world of Lord of the Rings, all the Harry Potters, all the James Bonds, and watched them all and read all the books. So basically, there isn't a type of art over the past 2 years that we haven't been able to listen to all the major albums, music albums of every major artist that there is. So if it ever does take off and you're into some type of art, chances are we this year just really try to bring art as much into video as possible.
The immune system is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptogen along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with adaptogen and immune stem and your free gift Relax Doll is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563.
I'm streaming live on Twitter right now. If you look in the chat, there's a little box.
Don't forget to enter promo
so there's
code
that feature at the same time. I've different devices so that I can do it. I did see that Elon Musk hinted that user-to-user calling and voice calling would be an option in Twitter in 2023. So I can definitely see this entire Twitter space be available in a video format this time next year.
Almost 9 years old now, was suffering with all over his body. It does suggest that it impacted his ability to really function.
Yeah, he was having trouble even how he answered the run of his book actually that got me thinking about it.
I'm not surprised. It is an amazing immunomodulator, and so I can see that it would work. And so at what point did you see that there was actually improvement, really going to work?
Well, I have tried that. It's kind of like I've been on podcasts as well. I have thought the same thing. It would be a nice feature for that. Some things that I don't like about that is it's limited to 2 people. The functions on that are so limited. When you look at what Discord can do, and you can have like 25 video cameras going, and then for YouTube to limit it to 2 people, it's to me a little disappointing, to be honest with you. I know that they've also added the option of creating your own podcast as one of the options. So I know they are trying to enhance their platform, but to me it's too little too late. When you have all these other options for Discord and some of the other things where literally it's just like basic, like a Zoom call. I'm surprised YouTube does not have that kind of capability, those type of capabilities. Do you know, are they going to try to enhance that with more than just 2 people?
The newest action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggon's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels and the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com. And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Honor was with us. Honor,
I think if we can be happy, if keep us healthy, it allows us to shift. Feeling is releasing the feeling.
They have virtual avatars that can be used as well for people who don't want to show their face, or just even deep fakes that people could have, or it can be this exact same kind of format with people who just want Alphabet or Google, YouTube to be as large as it is, and it does not have the same capabilities that Discord had 5 years ago, basically, or that Skype had 10 years ago. It's very surprising. I really look forward to a day where you can chat with your friends just like you're in a virtual room, even like what Teams has from Microsoft. I would feel like for YouTube to be the second biggest version that we currently have, they would use some enhanced functions. But again, beggars can't be choosers, and if that's all we've got for archiving capabilities, then I'll take it, because it's really the only major player out there that allows you to save a video indefinitely. At least when it comes to Twitch, even with the premium account, it's like 90 days is the maximum, and you can't really save video in large amounts. And because, like we've been saying, the file size is so large on many of these, YouTube is basically the only game in town for anyone who has long videos or large videos. I know that you do a lot with YouTube Shorts, and I tried. I've not like physically, my editing capabilities aren't where I'd like them to be, and editing is essentially you have to do something really interesting to have a YouTube short, or like something even just like the most generic thing or most simple, the simple work things get a lot of attention, like opening fruit or like seeing a flower box. And those are really popular on YouTube Shorts. What I ended up doing is I use auto clicker on phones that basically auto click on a phone for me. So I created a YouTube short for like hours and hours and hours, just using auto clickers basically that allows you to watch my life in 30 or 3-minute intervals or whatever it is for YouTube shorts, or whatever the maximum is. With that being said, I found that YouTube shorts is kind of just YouTube take on TikTok or on Instagram. Is there anything really more beneficial? I don't want to say it's not beneficial. It's really great. I think a lot of YouTube shorts are really interesting. I don't see them perhaps promote them as much as I think that they should. Some of them, they're still pretty new. Am I wrong? Or maybe within the last 1 or 2 years? Is that correct?
But birth order is important.
It's very important. It's very important because birth orders, there's a sort of implicit expectation in the birth order when you're born in that. You take on the expectations of that birth order.
Next in tweet, Tom, what do you have for Anu? Carrie in Savannah, Georgia would like to know if there's a simple way to change a not-so-great pattern in your life, such as eating, smoking, or habits like that.
That's always a hard one to change because it's a response to stress.
Habits are tough to change too.
And habits are tough to change, and those are responses to stress. And it's looking at where the stress is coming from. One of the ones that you can use to change them is white chestnut and cherry plum. Those are habits those are activities that support changes in habits. But a deeper process would be to reconnect with yourself. And I think one of the cheapest and most effective ways to do this is through journaling. Just simply journaling. And I would even recommend journaling to a higher power, like to your future self, or to the universe, or somebody who you feel like supports you, even depending on your faith, it could be somewhere there. But journaling is a way of allowing the emotions that are percolating inside of us and never get a chance to express themselves.
If people think it's YouTube, like long form YouTube shorts, YouTube does not promote live streaming like it should. But in order to find their live channel, unless you're following the person, you have to get like you have to literally click 4 different filters to just get to their live. It's quite surprising to me that, at least from like an algorithm perspective, they're making live creators compete with legacy videos or long form YouTube videos. It's like these people are promoting content immediately. This is something that we should have at the top of our page. This is right here, right now, as opposed to having to filter through it. You know what I'm talking about when it comes to actually finding live videos. It's not as easy as it is finding legacy or long form videos.
You said you stopped taking the essential oils, you're taking the essential oils and they work. I mean, that's awesome, that's great. They work a lot on the topical level, and they work at the limbic brain where they also create calm. I think flower essences are just different because if there are emotions, they tend to target them, they're more nuanced. But essential oils are working for you, that's awesome, that's great.
How do you know what works for what issue?
So it depends on what the issue is and what the emotion is. If depending on the emotion, the flower essence will work for that. I think essential oils just work more broadly because they're working more at, just calming the brain, calming, reducing the stress. And flower essences are reconnecting you with yourself. They're acting as like bringing you back to the comfort part of your emotions. What are your emotions telling you? Where are they taking you?
There's some really nice
And that's where
capabilities as well in my streaming 60-degree video. So I haven't seen any movement on that in the last year. I really wish they would provide some enhancements to it because streaming 60-degree video is really, really interesting. If you've ever seen it, basically you can turn your head in all directions and you're watching a video. And it's a really immersive experience. But I haven't seen any movement on that since. And to me, with Alphabet being as large a company as it is and other smaller competitors eating away from their market share, I would expect them to be first to the market instead of following behind like
dreams and nightmares about these relatives, and I wake up very disturbed, and I don't know why. And I'm dreaming about my relatives, but I wake up feeling very disturbed.
How does she overcome that on this?
Yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that, Susan. That's really hard. I think what you want to do is to actually create an altar for your relatives. They're coming in your dreams, your mother, your father, your brother. Bring it into your daily life. Create an altar for them. Take any space, not in your bedroom, outside of your bedroom, in a hallway, living room, anywhere. Make sure it's not on the floor. It's elevated off of the floor. And you can place a cross on it, any kind of cross that calls to you. Place images of them. And then place objects that will lift the energy of that space. Flowers to absorb energy. You can use, a little offering of incense if you like. Anchor that space with maybe words that express gratitude, hope, harmony, and just stop at your altar and allow that to nourish you, allow that to be a place where you express your grief. Light a candle. That will start to shift the energy because your ancestors are trying to reach out to you through the dreams that you
bottleneck in this conversation, which is the ability to upload and download data. I don't know about you all, but I've had a phone for many years, and it has 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars. It's basically whatever my phone is. My Wi-Fi is either one little dot, 2 little dots, or 3 little dots, whatever it is. But it doesn't show me like the amount of upload download that I have. So people, I feel, don't necessarily complain to their ISPs or their carriers about upload download speed, but if they really recognize that we could be in a whole different level of art and immersive reality, augmented reality, virtual reality, if we could get past some of these constrictions. And I really feel like a big one is upload download capability, because it's like nobody wants to use an Oculus Rift or an Oculus anything, any kind of virtual reality experience if A, they're the only ones there, or B, because they can't connect to it because of the limitations. Currently, even though moved from 3G to 4G to 5G, I personally have not seen that much improvement when it comes to the ability to send large files, and that's what you have to be able to do in order to have a lot of virtual experiences. Until we get past the connectivity issue, I feel like we have in society, then really we're not going to be able to have it. But once we're able to download, then we're going to open ourselves up to the metaverse. I know a question that Queen always has is, when are we going to be in the metaverse? And it's like, well, in a really good state. We asked ChatGPT this once, and it didn't give us like anything perfect, but really one big thing is about the connectivity and upload download. Once you get past that, I feel like you're going to be able to enhance yourself in all many different aspects of an artistic world. And really, that's when we get into the metaverse. But that's my opinion on why we're not there. Does anybody have any other ideas of why we haven't been able to bridge that gap yet? Has anyone in here? I have some experience with Facebook Oculus, but yeah, and like what your thoughts are on it.
For Michael Kosia, Tom Danheiser, Dan Galante, Lisa Lyon, Lex Sloanhood, Sean Robbie Stewart, Stephanie Smith, Chris Ball, Tim Banal, George Knapp, Ian Cummins. I'm George Norrie, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then. You too.
I can tell you when I click on a VR headset, it is something that I don't always like doing because I will lose so much time, and 8 hours will go by very, very quickly. You just don't like it. I played on both the Facebook platforms, the Oculus and whatever the other one was. and it's so realistic. It is almost, I mean, it's very exciting to me as a user. I have been nothing but impressed with it. I'm just surprised that people don't use them in society. I mean, you can surf the internet with it and just watch, like, look at the internet already. It's quite interesting if you had the opportunity. Has anyone else had the opportunity to use any kind of virtual reality?
Visit hnfcapital.com.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule of travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, yeah, where you take a tactic that allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you feeling the stress of a car accident? Let Jacoby and Myers fix the wheel and steer you towards the compensation you deserve. 93% of crash victims who use the lawyer said they do it again. And with Jacoby and Myers, you'll get the best of both worlds. Our legal expertise and a hassle-free experience. Don't just take our word for it. See for yourself what over 50 years of experience can do for you. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972. Phone, car radio, smart toaster, we don't care how you listen, just that you do. You know what?
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Depopulating jails. Ivory County in the KFI 24-hour day crew. LA County jails are facing overcrowding. That means some inmates might be released. They say domestic violence fines should be first considered for release, followed by burglars and robbers. The proposal is on the agenda for the LA County Supervisor's
I'm in agreement with you. I think that celebrities will have POV cameras or point of view cameras so that you can basically live life alongside them. If I was given the option, I would put a camera in my glasses so that you could always see what I'm seeing 24/7, 365. I think that would be a really, really interesting artistic project just to be able to live life in the body of someone, essentially. And that hasn't been done, to my knowledge. Definitely think that would be an exciting
remains the front runner despite his indictment. And Trump says he'll speak tomorrow following the expected court appearance in Manhattan. NBC's Ron Hillard has more.
Donald Trump is now announcing that upon his return on Tuesday after his arraignment, he will deliver remarks here at his private club at Mar-a-Lago in Wilmington Beach, Florida.
The former president was indicted on a number of charges related to alleged hush money payments to Stormy Daniels prior to his 2016 election. 79-year-old R&B singer Diana Ross is kicking off a music legacy tour June 9th, 4 dates in SoCal. 12 dates released so far. The promise of more dates on weekend. The Falcon 9 rocket carries 10 advanced military satellites into orbit from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. The satellites will help the military identify and track missiles. Southbound weather from KFI, mostly sunny today. Will keep very gusty winds, highs from 50 to low 60s. Right now it's 55 degrees for Placenta.
In addition, we'll have haptic feet, which are basically things that a user wears that can feel what's going on in whatever virtual environment that you have. There will be people who will have relationships where people are thousands or tens of thousands of miles away, and they're able to feel that person's touch, perhaps in a private way as well, using the internet. These are all definite options that we'll have for us in the extended years. It's very, very exciting.
Downtown completely shut down between Victoria and Whitaker because of emergency repairs. See if I decide to get to there faster. I'm just a fool. Your traditional investments aren't so great right now. So how about investing in assets that not only hold their value, but are just outright fun to own? Have you ever wanted a Rolex and never thought you could afford one? Let me suggest Bob Watson. Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, and a whole lot more. They have them all. Buy, sell, or trade. They have a huge inventory of luxury watches, free overnight shipping on all orders, and a great collection of vintage Rolex watches, too. Bob's Watches, the trusted online store to buy or sell modern and vintage
luxury pre-owned watches, and all watches are 100% authentic and independently certified. And now you get $200 off Google Bob's watches. And my name, Bill with Handle. Click the link at the top to get your discount automatically applied to your order. Looking to sell your luxury watch? Get fast and easy quote online from the watch experts Google Bob's watches and Bill with Handle. You probably already know that Rosetta Stone is one of the best ways to learn a language. But did you also know that they offer a lifetime subscription to all 25 of their languages? Dabble in French, try your hand at German, learn a bit of Japanese, or even explore Swedish. And right now, you can get
I have
40%
asked
off Rosetta
ChatGPT
Stone
about this very topic. It's called olfactory display. So, essentially, it's in science fiction known as smell-o-vision, and the term is used to describe technology that releases scents during a film or television program. Essentially, what it says is its goal is to enhance the overall immersive experience by adding the sense of smell. There are a few different ways that from the ChatGPT that this could be implemented. One method is using electronic devices to release specific odors at specific times in coordination with visual media. Another approach is a device that heats up specifically word-related smell goods to release the desired odor. Currently, there are some companies that have developed prototypes of smell-related technology, but it is not yet widely available. Essentially, that one is going to be a bridge that we will, I see perhaps a gap that we will perhaps bridge in the next 10 to 20 years, as well as taste television. If you're able to taste something at the same time as taking in some type of media, and perhaps really when it comes to the idea of smelling things, I think like what the example that we gave, being able to smell a field of flowers or watch a movie and kind of know what those characters smell during those times. That's really exciting to me. It can enhance a lot of old films. I would go back and watch basically every old film now if I knew I could smell along with hear and view it. What about you all? Would you go back and want to smell what your favorite films were?
This program has been pre-recorded. From the city of Angels near the Pacific Ocean, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie. This is Coast to Coast AM. Emerging artist bumper music for the first couple hours tonight. And later tonight, heal your ancestral roots. Here's what's happening.
I'm going to be able to do that as well. If I noticed specifically correctly that smell is the sense that ties closest to memory, I think it would be really interesting perhaps to be able to go through different smells and see what kind of memories it triggers. And that isn't to say you can't do that now, but there is a device out there that allows you to do that, where it wouldn't be messy and kind of all over the place like that. I'm really looking forward to that day. It sounds like that company in Brazil really moving ways that I know this was on Shark Tank a few years ago. This kind of opportunity, it was not purchased by any of the sharks just because the technology is not really wanted to do. But boy, wouldn't that be something to really be able to enhance all of your sensory basically, the goal, I guess, would be to be able to be in an environment like a movie, where you have like a haptic, you'd actually feel what's going on, watch the movie, hear the movie, perhaps use spatial audio, so you can like hear in different directions, and then on top of that, be able to smell and taste what's going on. Once you have that, depending on how realistic the sensors are, you are completely detached from reality. You're living in your own world.
Check notifications, read private messages, and change settings. And once installed, very difficult to remove. Now, while many apps collect vast troves of user data, sometimes without explicit consent. Experts say the e-commerce giant Pinduoduo is taking violations of privacy and data security to the next level. Charles Smith, author of Deception, is with us. Charles, how bad is this situation?
Well, it's so bad that Google has suspended
show on
the
television, 1950s, 1960s, like, television and, like, flying cars. Hopefully we'll see more of the, what will be the coming generation. I really think every flying car will be an enhancement on the helicopter of some sort. You could reduce the decibel noise out of the helicopter. Essentially, I think that could be really the opposite for the flying car. So hopefully, these kind of technologies of which, at least they talked about when I was a child, will be more reality. So some of them sound kind of scary, like when we're talking about being so immersed in the suit that you can't disconnect from it. Quite a wild world.
In other words, anything that you actually key in is logged by TikTok. Anything that you key in, not just the app. And then
here's like a little LA secret that I learned. If you ever go to the beach, you can literally watch helicopters fly up and down the coast from Malibu to like San Clemente and back and forth just along the coast. They don't fly over the city. So when you actually see how many helicopters are taking people basically from West LA to Orange County on a daily basis and skipping all the traffic, it's quite interesting to know that, there's basically another lane of traffic that travels up and down the coast that are just helicopters. And I'm excited for a day when flights can more cost efficient and you can perhaps fly them to your local park or something like that to be able to safely have them where that's an option for, I'm not saying it'll be an option for everyone, but for some people I think it definitely could be an option.
This is a little bit more subversive. It's generally shared with Chinese authorities to track dissidents, journalists, opponents, provide political and or military information, and more of a classic espionage, as well as provide significant capabilities for blackmail as well as extortion. And the Indian government has faced this very same problem with a number of Chinese dating apps, as well as the Israelis, by the way.
All right, thanks, Charles. We'll talk to you in another month. Okay. McDonald's Corporation is temporarily closing its U.S. offices this week. Not the restaurants, but the offices, as it prepares to inform corporate employees about layoffs undertaken by the past two giants as part of a broader company restructuring. McDonald's said in an internal email last week to U.S. employees and some international staffers that they should work from home Monday through Wednesday this week so it can deliver staffing decisions virtually. I'd like to be told it's true. Virtually. The top 10 best states in the United States for a long, healthy life. Here they are. Number 1, Hawaii. Number 2, Thai, Minnesota, and Vermont. Number 3, the state of Washington. Number 4, New Hampshire. Number 5, Utah. Number 6, Colorado. Number 7, Massachusetts. Number 8, California. And number 9, Florida. Those are the states to live along with you. Humanity has always struggled to get its collective head around the concept of death. As a result, our fascination with some kind of afterlife in a mortal realm where our souls will live on forever is taking many forms throughout history. This Anderson Plain, of course, who heads up the Shades of the Afterlife podcast on the Paranormal Podcast Network. Ours. Sandra, tell me a little bit more about the afterlife.
Well, I'd love to, George. Thank you. Well, there's a brand new BBC video out, and reporter Matt Hogan went looking for answers of why we humans have such a hard time with our own mortality. Ancient Egyptians believed we go on, as do most people presently living on planet Earth. Even a third of atheists after death. We humans are hardwired not to want to die, and we're programmed for survival.
We also have self-awareness that has us asking the big questions like, who am I? What is my life for? And what happens when I die? So this is interesting. Professor Jesse Barron claims that our predisposition to believe in the afterlife is something we are born with. He did a study and had a group of children watch a puppet show in which an alligator gobbled up a mouse. Ugh. I know. But after viewing this, the children were asked about what had just happened. And the study found that the children were likely to claim that although physically dead, the mouse retained its mental state, such as knowledge and emotion. In fact, the younger the children were, the more likely they were to describe the mouse still having life after its death. So again, this suggests that the belief in the afterlife is not learned, but it's something we are born with. In my 25 plus years of investigating, I know the reality of the afterlife, but I also know that we can have moments of heaven on earth right now. So I suggest, look for beauty in this world, have a purpose, enjoy and appreciate your life and the people in it. And listen to Coast AM. Thank you, George.
Sandra, I tell a lot of people about the afterlife. It's real, but there's no rush to get there.
Correct.
You got it. Thanks, Sandra. We'll talk to you in a moment. In a moment, Richard Lewis back with us with his latest work, The Paranormal Christian, next on Coast to Coast AM. Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No, it can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. I'm Rabbi, best-selling author and star in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call this retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are off track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value, but if you call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. I'll even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020.
And welcome back to Coast. George Murray with you. Richard Lewis back with us, an author, journalist, veteran of the U.S. Air Force. Thank you, Richard, a graduate of the Defense Information School's Writing, Broadcast, and Public Affairs program. He joined the Air Force in 1987, spent 10 years as a broadcast journalist, stationed in Turkey, Utah, Colorado. After his time serving the Air Force, Richard worked in TV production, creator of the award-winning Pentagon Channel TV news magazine Air Force Base Today, and has won multiple Kelly and Thomas Jefferson Awards. And they are very prestigious. Upon completion of the Doreen Virtue's Angel Therapy Practitioner course back in 2003, he became a certified spiritual counselor by the California Board of Hypnotherapy. Richard, welcome back to the program.
Thank you, George. It is such an honor to be here and to come back. And happy Palm Sunday to you.
Well, thank you, sir. You were on Christmas Eve Eve last year with our Connie Willis.
Oh, yes, I was. That was a great experience and just a great moment to share with the listeners about Christianity and the paranormal and how it all comes together.
How did you make this switch from everything you've done in the military to becoming a paranormal writer on a book, series book called The Paranormal Christian?
Well, George, I am a UFO witness. I'm a paranormal experiencer, but I'm also a lifelong Christian. And, in my earliest memories as a little boy, I always had a sense of something outside of myself, a divine presence, a full military career, and to this day, that we're seeking. So when I first had the opportunity to go to church with my grandma, I couldn't wait to go. And when I heard my mom and my dad and my grandma talking about God, I immediately connected with that concept because I already had a sense of who God was. So in church we learn about the formal revelation of God, and that is the religion, the understanding of God in a formal way as He has revealed Himself. But our relationship with God is also a personal one. But as I grew up studying the Bible and learning, I was also curious about the strange and the unexplained, UFOs, ghosts, things like that. And there's always this divide between the faith and the paranormal, and yet the Bible is replete with paranormal stories from cover to cover. It's basically a proof text for the paranormal. So I wanted to find out what it was all about. And so that's why I started writing these books, to kind of take a survey of the paranormal through the lens of the Bible and see if it all makes sense. And what I found is the Bible really holds up, the faith holds up, and it all correlates. And I'm really happy to share that with the people and help them understand that.
In 2020, you came out with the first series of The Paranormal Christian, and then you just came out with last year the second part of The Paranormal Christian. Tell me about the title.
Well, it's very interesting. Paranormal is a word that a lot of people in the Christian faith have an issue with, and they really shouldn't, because the Christian faith is a paranormal faith. It's a supernatural faith, and to accept the witness of the Bible, you have to accept the paranormal. So, people are interested in this stuff. So, I wanted to kind of bridge that gap between, those people who are in the faith that are concerned about these things. There's an abundance of caution against things that are paranormal, but these are natural things. It's part of our experience as human beings. It's part of the way God made us. And I also wanted to reach out to people who are kind of disenfranchised from the church because, they've been taught by teachers who, tell them that they're bad for wanting to be curious about these things, to help them kind of feel at ease and know that the Christian faith is a welcoming faith, and God is a God for everybody, and He meets you wherever you are.
Now, the subtitle of your book, and I'll short, has to do with the strange stories and unusual stories of Christian life and the bizarre. Tell me how you accumulated the stories.
Well, a lot of them are through my own experiences. I've been an experiencer since I was a young child. I heard this voice guiding me, speaking to me, and if you study the literature, you'll find there's other people out there who have had similar experiences. I was abducted as a child. Not abducted by aliens. I want to put that out there because I know that there's so many in our community.
We all would have thought first on this book.
Yes, sir. But no, I was actually abducted on my way back from school as a young schoolboy, and I was taken by this boy that he was an older teenager. I was a young grade schooler, and he called me as I was crossing the railroad tracks trying to get to my grandmother's house, and pretty soon I knew I was his captive because when I told him that I needed to get to my granny's, he would grab me and wouldn't let me go. And when cars would pass by, they would slow down, and a couple of times they looked like maybe concerned with what's going on over there. And he would take me by my hands, dance around with me, and so they probably thought, oh, this must be his older brother, or something like that. And so they took me down the railroad tracks. I talked about this in book 1 of the Paranormal Christian. I actually have photos of the railroad tracks where I was taken, and he takes me down the tracks to this dilapidated shack off the embankment there. And from the freight train, there's like this large embankment that goes up to the tracks, and so we climb down that, and go to the shack, and there's an older man there, and so he introduces me, and pretty soon, I know that I'm in some kind of trouble. I was really too young to understand what was going on here, but they were asking me strange questions about my parents, and just really invasive, and something told me that this wasn't good. And so we're going to go
tie me up, and the younger man was started first, and then I was screaming and struggling, and so the older man said, hey, just, let's wait, we got to make me do some embarrassing things and so forth. But then at some point, he turned to him and said, yes, go ahead and tie him up, So they put me down in this chair, and there was some rope, like this nylon type of rope that you might tie something off on your car or something like that. They put me down in the chair, and so the older man had me there, and the younger man had the rope. And as he came around behind, the two of them were behind me now, trying to pull my arms back to where they were going to tie me to the chair. And as they were fumbling around with my hands and with the rope, there was a split second where the older man's hands let go, and no one was holding my hands. And at that very instant, I heard that voice I was telling you about, and the voice said, "Run now." So I immediately jumped out of the chair, ran to there was a little slide lock on the door of the shack. I screwed that. I could pretty much feel the teenager's breath on the hairs of my neck, as I was trying to loosen this thing. And I burst out of this shack. I ran up to the embankment, and this kid was chasing after me, and he was like, stop, come back. We made it up the embankment to the railroad track. And George, I gotta tell you, I've never moved so fast before or since. These don't fail me now, right? Oh yeah, it was like a blur. And eventually I turned around and saw that this older boy doubled over because he was winded from chasing me. And I never stopped. I just kept going down the tracks and, across from Pine Street. If you look at a map of Greensboro, you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Across Pine Street through East Market, which was the thoroughfare across where my grandma lived. And I ran right up the steps to my grandmother's house and running to my grandmother's welcoming arms, because by this point I was late, and so she was outside on the front porch, and my aunt Kathy was out there as well, both looking for me, wondering where I was. And but to me, this was a miracle, and I knew from that point forward that I was here for a reason, and I've always been grateful to that, and I've always wanted to connect to that presence, to this communion of things, to this miraculous divine creator source from which we all come. Did they ever catch those two? Well, as I recall, they my aunt called the police and put in a report, and a couple of officers showed up to the house there and to my grandma's house and took a report and everything. And they went down there and actually found the shack, but those two people were long gone. I'm sure because I got away, I'm sure they had to be free and get out of there. But there were a lot of child abduction rings operating there in that area, and the strategies all the time. And I'm just very, very lucky and fortunate to be one of the statistics. Do you think they would have killed you? Yes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. They were up to no good. Like I say, at the time I didn't really understand what was going on, but there was definitely a sexual component to what was going on there. And, but thankfully, it never got to that point. I don't know what would happen after they tied me up, but thank God I got away. Maybe you got anything help untie you. Well, it's very interesting because a lot of people have asked me that question. They said, who do you think that voice was? Was the voice your guardian angel? Was it God, the Holy Spirit? Was it Jesus Christ? And, my answer to that is it really doesn't matter, because God works through a hierarchy, and it's like any family. When you speak to one, you speak to all. You tell mama something, daddy's gonna know about it. You tell your brother something, your sister's gonna know about it. So, but yes, we definitely have guardian angels. I think the scripture is very clear about that. And one way or the other, they were not allowed to do the thing that they were about to do, and I'm very grateful about that. Where do people get your books? You can find my books at my website, richarddlewisauthor.com. That's richarddlewisauthor.com. And of course, they're available on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, any of the comic book stores. I would say formally and officially no, because there's such a reticence about it. It's this abundance of caution, because there is danger in the occult in general. There's some danger in these things. It's really hard to know what type of spirit you're dealing with, and the demonic spiritual traditions have trickster spirits there, and some of these are more negative than others, and then there's the good spirits. But no, I
I wouldn't say formally, but then on an informal level.
Hold on for a second, Richard. We're at a break. We'll come back and pick that up. Here's our first emerging artist, the group, Sergeant Leper from Los Angeles, California, under the sun.
This daily show updates right here in box for free with the Coast 9 newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm Bree Kennedy in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. California snowpack has surpassed an all-time snowpack record. California Department of Water Resources says our snowpack is now 297% of yearly average. That surpassed the record set back 40 years ago. Right now, more than half the state is considered to be free of drought. A man trying to rescue his dog from a cliff in San Pedro got stuck and had to be rescued by LA Fire. Both the man and the dog are okay. Caltrans has closed the northbound 5 freeway between Artesia Boulevard and Carmenita. This is to do restriping. It should reopen by 5 a.m. And former President Trump says he'll speak tomorrow following his expected court appearance in Manhattan. He says it'll happen after he returns to Florida. Southbound weather today at 5, mostly sunny, gusty winds, highs from 50s and 60s. Right now it's 56 in Irvine, 55 in Westminster, Torrance is 53, and it's 50 in Rialto. We leave local. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Bree Kennedy.
Caltrans crews are all over the San Diego Freeway leaving William Park. In fact, it's a full freeway closure.
So, Roxy, can you remind me from where you in the world? I'm in California.
Boulevard until 5 a.m. Speaking of the 5
John,
a.m.,
shout out to John. Well, we are kicking ass and kicking names here on Eddie Reddish After Dark Angry Exercise Community Space. We've been talking about all kinds of things, everything from, well, firstly, we have an NFT artist who is 9 years old here, Big D. Have you met Big D before? I thought so.
For personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule of cheap travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right. When you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much. Hello, Melinda.
That's not crazy.
Yes, so we have the privilege of having Big D here. I still can't get over him 9 years old and so well spoken. He really is an intelligent individual. And then we have people playing music. We have songs here. We have Prism here. Prism actually, Prism is brilliant along with Sons of One. They have gotten together and essentially you're able to ask on your smart device, whether it's Alexa, at this time, but perhaps in the future other ways. You're able to ask it to play a song that's an NFT of Songs of Eden, and it's going to play it on that player. And that's really going to diversify and change the way that I think people have NFTs in their home. It'll be like any other kind of media. So we're talking about that, which is a really interesting conversation. Any thoughts on that, Mr. Roxy?
If you live or do business in Southern California, you know it's no longer a question of if the power is going to go down. It's only a question of whether you're just going to let it happen or take control. Taking control means it's time to call Stefan Power. To learn how to protect yourself from the next outage and all the ones after that, go to StefanPower.com. StefanPower.com. That's BUCHIE.
So we have Prism here. Sounds like you can tell them a little bit more about that?
More stimulating talk. Knowing you'll never miss your favorite guest or topic ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
So Oklahoma with the song The Ballad of Betty and Barney Hill. How about that for a paranormal song? Just something deep in my soul. Telling me you better get out. Oh, the times I might can get up and go. Oh, Betty, my darling, now. When you won't tell me what's wrong, why do I feel like my mind is gone? Oh, the light, tell me I'm not feeling You're listening to Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. We'll take calls next hour when Richard Lewis, as we talk about his work, Paranormal Christian, fascinating discussion indeed. May 27th, we're going to the Dalles in Oregon for a live stage show, and I am ready for this. This is going to be a lot of fun. Saturday, May 27th, 5 p.m. The show starts. The Amazing Granada Theater is where we'll be in the Dalles, Oregon, as George just mentioned, about 84 miles east of Portland. So come on out, folks. 3 guests that night: Dr. Sky, Stephen Holt, UFO abductee Travis Walton, and some animals. I've never been there either, but I hear this is a real sweet city, fun place to get shop. It's 20 minutes from the Hood River. We're getting emails. Yeah, about that. But apparently people know what the Hood River is, and I will find out soon. So if you're interested, which you should be, head over to coasttocoastam.com, and all the info Lex has right up there in the carousel. And let's, of course, keep you healthy, build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience and natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to do. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and adaptogen together, supporting the body to be as it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking adaptogen and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptogen along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with adaptogen and ImmuStem and your previous relaxer is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980.
Is that very rarely in society today can you be stumped and not be able to look it up on using a search engine or some kind of AI, because, I mean, really, you can't even use, I think it's that app or something like that, that basically can, like, tell you exactly what song it is by the way it sounds using algorithms, because you're playing it on a piano, so not even those kind of algorithms will be able to predict what you play. And I really think it's an interesting concept. Like basically they have a radio and television concept nowadays. You can look up the answer generator, but in this case you can't. It's one of those things in society that can still keep you thinking out there if you really like to challenge yourself mentally. I definitely enjoy it. It's a great time.
It always must be allergic to chicken nutter bath that keeps it draining. Bird bath, it says it's the weather. Then somebody said, I know, it's not good. If you took food and your dog stops itching, the hair stops falling down, the diuretic is part of natural diet. It's not about how your dog will be. I know, it's not good. Real people, real things. So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he was telling me what he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started some kind of work, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, are you going someplace else? I said, no,
I'm taking care of it myself. He said, okay. And my problem on my skin went away. I have bruising that's all over my arms, 3 weeks after I put on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore.
866-836-8725. 866-836-8725. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com. And coupon code 40 to get 15% off your order.
Mr. Rocky, what's new in your neck of the woods?
And welcome back to Coast, George Norrie with you.
What's new in your neck of the woods?
About the Christian community and its ability to embrace the paranormal.
What is new in your neck of the woods? I mean, what's going on from where you are? What's new? What's good?
Formally, I think there's a lot more of acceptance going on because if you go to any church championship or something, as soon as people get around a campfire, they start telling ghost stories, and you're sitting at home, you're having your Sunday dinner, and everybody's got a ghost story or somebody saw a UFO. So people are wondering about these things. So what I want to do, because people aren't getting the answers from the clergy quite often, I wanted to find out for myself, what does the Bible say? And in the Bible it tells us that all things are there in the scriptures pertaining to life and godliness. So, there's nothing that's too big for God. And the more of the secrets of the universe that we unlock, it just makes the faith and it makes God that much bigger. So it's really nothing to be concerned about as far as having curiosity. God understands that we want to know about these things. You talk about demons a lot? Well, I don't like to focus too much on demons, but they're definitely real, which is why there's this abundance of caution in the Christian community.
Hopefully tomorrow's better than today.
Communication and things comes from the Greek word daemon, which means evil spirit, but really the ancient Greeks simply called it daemon, was a lesser deity or guiding spirit. So, there's a lot of things that can be manifesting when it comes to ghosts, demons, and there's a whole, variety of different experiences. Just like in the natural world, we tend to think everything is like a demon. It's some type of experience of communication that must be demonic, and that's actually going way too far. So, you've got stories of the Nephilim in the Bible, Genesis 6, the book of Enoch, and these other sources where we learn about these things. So there's all kinds of things that could be manifesting as demons. It could be this kind of human spirit that goes too far into poltergeist activity. But there's something very inhuman and alien about demons. They have a level of power and energy and hatred against humanity that's really quite shocking when you encounter them. So they definitely need to be handled carefully.
Well, then you got a lot of good things for which that sounds like you're happy. Happy birthday to your mom.
I think
that's great. Is the weather bearable? Has the weather been good?
That's what the Christian faith teaches us, and it's not about, what denomination you are. I mean, God wants everybody to be brought in, and so, God is going to have His will, and basically, unless you completely reject God, who reaches out to all people, that he will have His way with you, and Satan will not. Bridget Lewis with us is like a book. It's called The Paranormal Christian. One came out in 2020, the other 2022. Bridget, what about this swarming? What is it? Well, swarming is a phrase I coined for the nighttime attacks that come from the incubus and succubus spirit. I call it swarming because that's exactly what it feels like. You're being swarmed in an electric vortex of energy. And this is also the same experience that many presumed UFO abductees report experiencing. The hairs on your body stand on end. It's uncomfortable, and for most people, it's a frightening experience. These are attacks I personally experienced. Thankfully, God has delivered me from them, but I found it to be a common experience, and people I've interviewed, and people across the ages, the church fathers actually talk about these experiences. They compare them to the bonds and the feathers, and to the weight of evidence. It was too great to deny because it was just happening to too many people. We see this in the depictions like Henry truthfully said to me once in The Nightmare, which shows a woman in deep sleep with her arms from below her and an incubus is propped on her chest. And, today we have people experiencing this through sleep paralysis, often accompanied by a suffocating weight
die when these things are happening. And there's also a sexual component to these attacks. Usually the incubus male version or the succubus female, we believe it's the same being that's just transitioning to match with the victim. We believe they take on these roles and they will appear as a spouse or a lover to try to seduce their victim. But what I've done with the swarming in all cases, the entity is trying to get to the person, to get them to give in. They seem to be trying to gain access to the being. Some say they're trying to possess them, some say they're trying to do some type of hybridization. People even talk about that going on with these attacks. But through, participation in church, with the sacraments, even blood objects around you, that's the swarming though, because it definitely feels like you're being swarmed in this energy field.
Richard, you talked about absence of communication in your work. Now, what does the church say?
Well, the church doesn't promise this, and again, they don't want you to talk about a lot of this stuff out of an abundance of caution. We're warning against mediumship and necromancy. But the church doesn't take on moral opposition for departed loved ones to reach out and communicate with us, and in fact, it does. Now, it's not promised, but it is a gift of love from God that we will allow. I have personally experienced this, and almost everyone you meet has stories of a departed loved one coming to them in a dream, like a parent or God forbid, a departed child, usually someone very close to the person, and, it takes us back to the whole thing about communicating with the dead. And the Apostle John tells us in 1 John 4 and 1, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits to see whether they're from God. But my thing is, how can we test the spirits if we don't interact with them? So, yes, this can be a very good, and it's a blessing from God.
So, is it in the Bible?
Well, the Bible doesn't directly endorse the belief in ghosts, but even there implicitly, if you look carefully, for example, when Jesus was walking on the water, the Bible says the disciples saw him walking on the water and they were terrified. It's a ghost, they cried out in fear. But Jesus said to them, take courage, it is I, or I am, in the original tongue, meaning the name of God. Don't be afraid. So right there, that implicitly shows us that there was an unbelief in ghosts because they thought he was a ghost. Then in Luke 24, when Jesus appears to the disciples in the resurrection, they were frightened, once again thinking he was a ghost. And he said to them, why are you troubled? Look at my hands and feet, it is I. Touch me and see. A ghost does not have flesh and bones that you see that I have. So rather than debunking ghosts, which Jesus could have easily done there, he basically gives us a proof text on what ghosts actually are.
And what are they?
Well, I tend to go with the traditional belief that ghosts are discarnate human spirits. People that are really into ghost hunting and things like that, there's all kinds of theories and different things, like sometimes they seem to be a reflection. Some people think they can be other people through other times where there's rifts in the space continuum. There's all kinds of ideas, but I would say in general, if you're experiencing a ghost, it's a discarnate human spirit.
And I think until we can figure out all about life itself, Richard, the possibility of ghosts is very real, even though people really can't explain what they are.
It's so true. And the thing about ghosts is the belief in ghosts goes across all cultures and times and religions and faiths and lack of faith. And, for me, it's one thing to think about ghosts until I actually saw ghosts for the first time. And then it's like, oh, wow, okay, So, but even if you don't see ghosts, you hear enough stories, there's enough people talking about ghosts that they've experienced it. The weight of evidence over time is just enormous.
When people read the Paranormal Christian, the 2 series books, what's the most important message you want them to get?
Well, the thing I want people to understand is that this is a supernatural faith. So the supernatural is inherent in what we believe. So there is something going on the other side, but there's hope. And that's the thing I want people to know. This stuff about communication with the dead, it's really at the heart. A lot of people are reaching out to mediums and things like that if they want comfort. And in the pages of the Bible and through the Christian faith, we learn that there is hope, and it's about giving comfort. And see, that's why it's not always about demons like a lot of Christians think, especially, the evangelical Protestant people. A lot of times they're really afraid of this stuff. But if you look at the traditional church teachings, the ancient historical church, you will see that communion of saints, the angels, it's always been a part of it. And God says that he's the God of the living, not the dead. So even Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, all people who passed away, but they're not dead, they're alive, because we do proceed on after death.
Richard, what is your soul to you?
Well, you know, the thing about the soul is very interesting. A lot of people don't understand this. Even people in the church, even the church fathers, will use the word spirit and soul, you know, interchangeably. But that's not really what the Bible teaches. The Bible teaches that we are three parts: spirit, soul, and body. And you can read this in 1 Thessalonians 5:23. And this is in perfect accord with the fact that God made us in His own image. We are His image bearers on this earth. We are tripartite. You will tripartite. You know, just like He is tripartite. He's a Trinity. So you say spirit, pneuma, soul, psyche. When we come alive in the body, that's the soul. The union of spirit and body makes consciousness the psyche. Okay, that's the soul. But that essence of us, the immortal essence of us, that's the spirit. And the body without the spirit is dead, and it's not a body; it's a corpse. You know, so that's kind of how we are. We are a Trinity in our own self. That's how we're made in God's image. That is also a Trinity. So there's no soul without the body, and that's how spirit, soul, and body work.
And of course, there are many religions that believe in reincarnation. What about the Christians?
Well, reincarnation, quite frankly, is considered a heresy in the church, but an argument can be made for an ancient belief in reincarnation among Christians and even from the Bible itself. There's an interesting story in the Bible where Jesus is speaking to the crowds about John the Baptist, his cousin. This comes to us from Matthew 11:13-14, where he says, "For all the prophets in the law prophesied until John, and if you are willing to accept it, he is Elijah who is to come." Now, it doesn't say he is like Elijah or he is an Elijah. It says he is Elijah. So, to me, that implies reincarnation. Now, this is a personal belief. I personally believe in reincarnation. Most Christians don't. It's not a matter of soteriology. It's not something that I would want to argue with other Christians about. It's just one of those things. But we have so many stories, especially with children, with past life memories, and Christian children as well. So I just don't think you can deny reincarnation, nor do I think that it conflicts with the faith at all.
The Bible talks about Ezekiel's week. To me, that's a UFO description.
Oh, yes. It's very interesting. Both in the Bible and in any other ancient text, you have these stories that sound a lot like UFO sightings, and definitely a sighting of some type. So, but what does that mean? So, a lot of people in the UFO community think it naturally means that, it's a nuts and bolts spacecraft with extrabiological entities, beings like us. And even while that could be true, in Ezekiel, it's actually a vision, so it's really hard to say. It could quite simply be a spiritual experience. But one of the things that I take exception with in terms of this community is, like with the ancient astronaut people, they immediately make an assumption that something spiritual can't involve, flying saucers, UFOs. Well, God doesn't use a flying saucer, angels, demons, things like that. They don't use these craft. Well, how do you know that? I mean, you don't know that they don't have some type of technology. You don't know that they ride along a spacecraft. I mean, people conjure light ships, and that to me sounds like something spiritual. So, and it's also extraterrestrial theory too. You go on with Jacques Vallée, and even he got J. Allen Hynek on board with some of this stuff. And when you look at the paranormal things that are associated, even with our modern UFO experiences, when it's not something that's nuts and bolts, and it could very well be something spiritual. And yeah, in Elijah, that's what I think it is. But it is very interesting because it talks about fire, and it talks about it being like metal and things like that. And so I mean, if it were a UFO, that wouldn't scare me because God is sovereign over the entire universe, and so that wouldn't hurt my faith at all to find out that those types of things were truly extraterrestrial in that sense.
Richard, could the vision of Fatima, where the three little kids saw the Blessed Virgin Mary, of them an extraterrestrial they saw?
Well, anything that is outside of the created order, God, the angels, outside of creation, the uncreated, or the earlier created, would by very nature be extraterrestrial. So in that sense, God and the angels and so forth are extraterrestrial. I can tell you that Mary is real. And I grew up as a Protestant, so I didn't acknowledge Mary in the sense I knew she was a real historical person, but I actually saw the Virgin Mary, and so when I saw her for the first time, the first thing I did was apologize to her for never giving her the honor that she deserved. And of course, as you can imagine, all she did was return my apology with love. Just met me with love. And in the Memorare in the church, it talks about how no one that's ever, went to her for her intercession has ever been left unaided. And I'm tested this myself. Now, I'm not a Catholic. I'm Lutheran. But, we're kind of like second cousins to the Catholics, so they don't consider ourselves like, we tie ourselves to the Catholics. We were like Reformed Catholics, we think. But at the end of the day, she's real. And it's not like she goes, oh, well, wait, let me see, you're not Catholic, or, anybody that implores her help. And you have all these people. You've got people at the Muslim faith going to Christian priests to receive exorcism. I mean, God is not dividing this stuff out. He is there for everyone.
We'll be back in a moment with Richard Lewis, who's the author of the two-book series, The Paranormal Christian. One came out in 2020, the other came out in 2022. They're different on each one, with the same title. And Richard, how long did it take you to put those books together?
Well, George, I started outlining the first book, The Paranormal Christian, in 2007, and just to see if I had enough to make a book, and I started to come up with chapters and things like that. And but I actually sat down to business on Good Friday, believe it or not, 2014, and I really quit trying to finish this book, but with all my other responsibilities and everything, working for the Air Force and the Space Force and and such other stuff, and I'm a journalist with other interests too, like writing about movies and sports and everything else you can imagine.
Well, but you got it done. Rich, we're going to hit the break. Let's come back in just a moment and take some phone calls with you. Here's our next emerging artist, Asa Weaver from Elizabethton, Tennessee, Terracotta Dream.
Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief, with George Norrie. Simply go to BeyondBelief.com.
Famed legal professor Alan Dershowitz tells Newsmax that America is now a banana republic. America's president has been indicted. It never happened before. Now Newsmax Rob Smith is exposing the political attacks on Donald Trump and America's laws. Tonight, Rob Smith looks at secret players, including billionaire George Soros,